A wind howls against the research outpost like a living entity demanding entry. It rattles the reinforced walls, seeking weakness in the scenes, probing for a way inside. I've cataloged 37 distinct sounds the Arctic wind makes. This one, a high-pitched king that drops suddenly to a guttural moan, I've labeled the knacker. It's the sound of something that was to be let in but will never leave if you open the door. I drum my fingers against the radio console. The static, a constant companion these past 4 months. The outpost creaks under the pressure of the gale, metal contracting in the sub-zero temperatures. My breath forms wispy clouds that dissipate into the dimly lit control room. Nathan McCready, daily log. I mutter into the recorder. Day 118 at Outpost Data. The temperature outside is currently minus 47 degrees Celsius. Wind speed 30 knots, gusting to 50. The days blend into one another in this frozen purgatory. The endless white beyond my window offers nothing new, and the radio channels remain silent, as dead as the landscape. I unclip a photograph from the console, my old research team from the Svalbard expedition 3 years ago. 5 faces smile back at me. Only one is still alive. My reflection in the control room window looks nothing like the man in that photograph. My once neatly trimmed beard has grown wild, streaked with more gray than I care to admit. The isolation has carved new lines around my eyes, which now hold the same haunted look I've seen in the faces of other long-term Arctic researchers. The cold gets into your bones, but the isolation gets into your mind. A sudden gust slams against the outpost with unusual force. The lights flicker, and for a moment, I see my reflection distorted in the darkened glass, elongated and wrong. The wind changes its tone, becoming a whisper instead of a howl. This is the first time I've ever classified this sound. It's almost articulate. My attention returns to the radio. Force of habit makes me reach for the frequency dial, though I expect nothing but static. Theta Station is the northernmost research outpost currently active, 200 miles from the nearest human settlement. This isolation is brought on by the geophysical anomalies I'm researching, but occasionally I question whether the cost is too great. I twist the dial slowly through the bands, static hissing through the speakers. The wind outside changes again, synchronizing with the radio's white noise in a way that makes the hair on my arms stand up. And then I hear it. A signal. Faint, but unmistakable. A rhythmic pulsing cuts through the static, too structured to be random interference. I lean forward, adjusting the frequency with practiced precision, trying to clean up the transmission. The pattern repeats in cycles of 7 beats. Thump, thump, pause. Thump, 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 pause. Over and over. It carries a melody that triggers something in my mind. A half-remembered dream, perhaps, or a song heard in childhood. My nose itches. I touch it absently, and my fingers come away, wet, blood. Just a drop or two, probably from the dry air. I've had nosebleeds before in extreme cold. I wipe it away with my sleeve and refocus on the signal. This is impossible, I mutter. checking the radio settings. There should be nothing broadcasting out here, nothing human, at least. I grabbed my logbook, noting the frequency and pattern. The signal strengthens, the pulse is becoming more distinct. My mind races to possibilities, equipment malfunction, unusual atmospheric conditions, perhaps even a military transmission. But none of these explanations feels right, because now there's something else beneath the pulsing rhythm, a voice. It whispers through the static, layered and shifting, speaking words that slip through the cracks of my understanding. The cadence resembles speech, but the syllables stretch and contract in ways that make my inner ear ache. I strain to comprehend, but it's like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The meaning seeps away before I can grasp it. The floor beneath my feet vibrates with the same rhythm as the transmission. I place my palm against the cold metal floor, feeling the subtle tremors pulsing up through my arm. Semic activity? I whisper, but I know that's wrong. The vibration is too regular, too controlled. The whispers grow louder, and for a second, just a fraction of a second, they form words I can almost understand. My name. They're saying my name. The lights flicker again, longer this time. When they stabilize, I'm standing 3 feet from where I was, closer to the door. I don't remember moving. My hand is already on the handle. I shake my head, disoriented. Did I black out? Lose a few seconds? The clock on the console reads 23:42. It was 23:41 when I started adjusting the frequency. Only a minute has passed, but it felt longer. Felt like I lost something in between. Static surges through the speakers, drowning out the voice. The floor's tremor intensifies, rattling the surrounding equipment. Red warning lights flash on the environmental monitoring system. Something is happening beneath the ice. I lunge for my gear, yanking insulated boots over 3 layers of socks and throwing my parka over thermal layers. My movements are automatic, drilled into muscle memory from years in extreme environments. Gloves, hat, scarf, each item a layer of protection against an environment that kills within minutes. The radio speaker erupts in a squeal of feedback that drives daggers into my eardrums. Through the pain, I hear the voice again, clearer this time, though still incomprehensible. But there's one word, just one, that cuts through with terrible clarity. The Arctic air rushes in, hungry and searching, and I brace myself against the wall as I slam the exterior door release. The cold is immediate and absolute, stealing the breath from my lungs and stinging any exposed skin. The station's floodlights struggle against the swirling snow, creating a small hemisphere of visibility beyond which lies only darkness and ice. The wind has changed character entirely. No longer howling or whispering, it now seemed to pulse, inhaling and exhaling like a massive, sleeping beast. Each gust carries that same whispered cadence I heard on the radio, as if the air itself has learned to speak. I secure the door behind me and activate my communication unit. Station Command, this is Dr. McRady at Outpost Theta. I'm investigating an unusual seismic event. If you receive this, please acknowledge. The transmission will bounce to the satellite relay, but I know a response is unlikely. Communications have been spotty at best since the last solar flare activity. As I approach the perimeter, the vibrations beneath my feet intensify. My headlamp cuts through the darkness, illuminating the swirling snow. The vast Arctic stretches before me, an endless white void beneath a moonless sky. But tonight, something is different. The ice seems to shimmer, reflecting light in strange, undulating patterns, as if something moves beneath its surface. 20 meters from the station, I spot it. Fractures in the ice, spreading outward from a central point like a spider web. But these aren't the random cracks formed by temperature variation or pressure. They curve and spiral in complex, symmetrical patterns. As I draw closer, I see they pulse with a faint luminescence, a deep blue-black glow that seems to drink in the surrounding light rather than emit it. The patterns form symbols I've never seen before, yet they strike me as oddly familiar, like letters from a forgotten language I once knew, but have long since forgotten. They throb in unison, the same 7-beat rhythm from the radio signal. I kneel to examine them, pulling out my field scanner. The temperature around the symbols reads 10 degrees warmer than the surrounding ice. Impossible. The wind dies completely as I lean closer. The world goes utterly silent. The silence is wrong, too perfect, too absolute. Even in the calmest Arctic conditions, there's always some sound, the creaking of ice, the distant moan of wind across the vast expanse, the sound of my own breathing. But now, there is nothing except the thudding of my heart. A sensation crawls up my spine, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. I spin around, scanning the snow-drenched wasteland, my headlamp cutting a desperate arc through the darkness. The outpost stands alone, a fragile box of light and warmth amid nothingness. There is no one here. There can't be, and yet the feeling persists, pressing against me from all sides. Whatever watches me is not behind or beside me. It's everywhere, studying me from every angle at once. I force myself to turn back to the symbols. The rational part of my mind insists there must be a scientific explanation, perhaps bioluminescent algae trapped in the ice, or some mineral reaction triggered by the seismic activity. I need samples, data, evidence. My gloved hands are clumsy from cold and adrenaline as I reach into my pack for collection tools. As I prepare to take a sample, the whispers return, not from my communication unit, but from the ice itself. They rise from the glowing symbols, vibrating through the ground and into my body. My heart pounds as I carefully extend the gloved finger toward one of the symbols, barely brushing its surface. Heat spreads from my fingertips up my arm, and the glow intensifies, pulsations quickening as if synchronizing to my heartbeat. Something deep below the surface stirs. The moment my finger makes contact, pain lances through my skull, sharp and sudden, like an ice pick behind my eyes. I gasp, jerking my hand back, but the sensation persists. The symbols seem to burn themselves into my vision, after images that remain even when I close my eyes. When I look down at my glove, I expect to see damage, scorching perhaps, but there's nothing. The fabric is intact, yet my hand beneath throbs with a heat that shouldn't be possible. I yank my hand away fully now, but it's too late. The symbols flare with sudden brightness, and the ice beneath me shudders. From inside the station, the radio crackles to life, I can hear it blaring through the open doorway, though I'm certain I closed it behind me. The whispered voice is now louder, speaking directly into the Arctic night. It repeats a single word over and over. My name, Mac Ready, Mac Ready, Mac Ready. But there is something worse, something that turns my blood to ice colder than the Arctic air. It doesn't just say my name, it says it in my own voice. My exact inflection, my precise cadence, every micro variation in tone that makes a human voice unique. It is my voice, yet utterly wrong, hollow, and hungry. I stumble backward, nearly losing my footing on the slick ice. I need to get back to the station, to secure it, to call for extraction. This is beyond my expertise, beyond anyone's expertise. I turn toward the research station, my headlamp illuminating the path I made through the snow just minutes earlier. But something has changed. My footprints, which should be clear in the untouched snow, are no longer there. Instead, a new set of footprints leads toward the station from a point far beyond where my light can reach. Someone or something walked here before me. The prints are roughly human-shaped, but too large, with an odd gait that suggests their maker possessed a skeleton unlike any terrestrial creature. This isn't real, I mutter, my breath clouding before me. Isolation-induced hallucination, sensory deprivation effects. The explanations sound hollow, even to my own ears. The radio's volume increases. My voice, that is not my voice, now joined by others, layered whisper, speaking in unison, creating a chorus that makes my skull vibrate with recognition. I've heard this before, somewhere, somehow. I ran toward the station, no longer caring about scientific inquiry. Every instinct screams for shelter, four walls between me and whatever watches from the ice. The station door stands wide open, though I'm certain I left it locked. Snow drifts across the threshold like questing fingers. I reach the doorway and freeze. Inside, the radio crackles and sputters, but the voices are now coming from everywhere at once, from the walls, the floor, the very air. As I step inside, the door slams shut behind me with a metallic clang. The wind has returned, but it is no longer outside. It swirls through the corridors of the station, whispering my name with intimate familiarity. Station Command, Emergency Protocol, Victor 9 Delta. I gasp into my communicator, requesting immediate extraction from Outpost Theta. Unknown phenomenon, possibly biohazardous. Repeat, emergency extraction required. Only static answers me. The floor trembles beneath my boots. I look down and see something impossible. The metal floor panels have become translucent, like ice in spring, revealing black, shifting depths beneath the station. Shapes move in the abyss, vast and formless, riding against the boundary as if testing its strength. They press upward, bulging the floor in slow, deliberate pulses. My vision blurs. I blink hard, trying to focus, but the translucence remains. The shapes continue their writhing. My hands find the edge of the console, gripping it to steady myself, and I realize I'm shaking, not from cold, but from something deeper. A tremor that originates in my core and radiates outward. Another nosebleed. Heavier this time. Blood drips onto my parka, stark red against the white thermal fabric. I wipe it away roughly, smearing it across my face. The rational part of my mind knows this can't be happening. They built the station on solid bedrock beneath the ice. There is no beneath to see, yet I see it all the same. And as the shapes continue their rhythmic pulsing, I hear a sound that makes my bones ache with recognition. A heartbeat, impossibly deep, echoing in sync with my own. It knows me. Whatever it is, it knows me. And I, God help me, know it too. I stand at the research station's exit, my gloved hand gripping the portable signal scanner so tightly, my knuckles ache beneath the insulated fabric. Something is wrong with the wind. It's died down too suddenly, too completely. The Arctic should never be silent. 4 months at Outpost Theta has taught me that silence here is as unnatural as warmth. My breath catches in my throat as I reach for the door handle. The metal is ice cold, colder than it should be, even for -47. The cold burns through my glove, making my fingers throb. I hesitate, looking back at the dim control room. The flow no longer shows the impossible depths I glimpsed earlier, but that doesn't mean they're gone, just hidden again, waiting. I force myself to push through the door. The station's exterior floodlights illuminate a small radius of the endless white expanse, but beyond that perimeter lies only darkness. As I step outside, the research station seems smaller than when I arrived 4 months ago, like the ice is pressing in around it, swallowing it whole. The structure that once represented safety now looks fragile, temporary, a human intrusion that the Arctic nearly tolerates. This is Dr. Nathan McRady. I speak into my voice recorder, my breath forming crystalline clouds, investigating anomalous signal and seismic activity approximately 20 meters northeast of Outpost Theta. Current conditions, still air, temperature dropping rapidly. I check the thermometer on my wrist, -52 Celsius. The temperature has plummeted 5 degrees in less than 10 minutes. Not impossible, but rare, especially with no wind. My nose begins bleeding again before I've taken 5 steps. I tilt my head back briefly, tasting copper, then force myself to continue. The cold should constrict the blood vessels, should stop the bleeding quickly, but it doesn't. The blood flows steadily, freezing in my beard, creating icy crystals against my skin. The scanner in my hand hums to life as I activate it, its digital display glowing blue in the darkness. Its purpose is to detect and measure electromagnetic frequencies, but I've modified it to capture a broader spectrum. If anything is broadcasting out here, the scanner will find it. I take 3 steps away from the station, my boots crunching in the snow. The scanner flickers erratically, its needle jumping violently across the display before settling again. I tap the device against my palm, assuming a malfunction, but the readout remains unstable. Another step forward. The frequency spikes violently, almost like a heartbeat buried beneath the ice. Dump, dump, pause. Dump, 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 pause. The same 7-beat rhythm I heard on the radio. My left hand spasms without warning, fingers curling into a claw. The scanner nearly falls from my grip. I have to pry my own fingers open manually with my right hand, forcing them to release their death grip. The joints ache like arthritis, though I've never had joint problems before. My breath fogs the air, but the mist lingers too long, swirling as if drawn towards something unseen. I watch it curl away from me, moving against the laws of physics, spiraling toward the direction of the fissure I discovered earlier. I tighten my grip on the scanner and trudge forward, away from the station's protective glow. The darkness ahead feels thicker than a normal Arctic night, as if the blackness has substance, a weight. I flick on my headlamp, but the beam seems dimmer than it should be, unable to penetrate more than a few feet ahead. Scanner showing fluctuating signals between 15 and 85 Hz, I record. Unusual pattern, similar to the radio transmission. The primary source appears to be approximately 50 meters northeast of the current position. The cold intensifies with every step, biting through my layers, despite the absence of wind. My exposed face stings, the moisture in my eyes threatening to freeze. I should turn back. The temperature alone makes this expedition dangerous. But I can't. Whatever waits out there in the ice, I need to understand it. Halfway across the frozen tundra, I halt. A vague shape stands in the distance, not directly in my path, but off to the side, barely visible at the edge of my headlamp's reach. Not a person, just an unsteady silhouette of ice and shadow, flickering at the edges of my vision. I stare, trying to make sense of its dimensions, its purpose. I blink, and it's gone. Was it ever there? After 4 months of isolation, I know the mind plays tricks. Pareidolia, the tendency to see patterns, faces, figures where none exist. A survival mechanism from our evolutionary past. But the feeling remains. Something is watching me. The weight of unseen eyes presses against my back, my sides, from above and below simultaneously. I spin, sweeping my headlamp across the barren landscape. Nothing. The outpost stands alone in the distance, a dim, artificial star on the horizon. I am the only living thing for hundreds of miles, yet I am not alone. I push forward, forcing one foot in front of the other. The scanner's readings grow more erratic, the needle swinging wildly. The weight of unseen eyes never lifts. My vision doubles briefly, the ice ahead splitting into two overlapping images. I stop, close my eyes, and count to 5. When I open them, the world has merged back into one, but there's a lag now, a slight delay between when I turn my head and when my vision catches up, like my brain is processing sensory information through a damaged buffer. Approaching Anomaly source, I mutter into the recorder. The temperature continues to drop, now at minus 56 Celsius. Static erupts from the handheld radio clipped to my parka, startling me so badly I nearly dropped the scanner. Through the white noise, a garbled voice breaks through. "Macready, get out." Not alone. I recognize a voice immediately. Dr. Ellis, the only other researcher stationed in this region. Ellis maintains Outpost Omega, a similar installation to mine, but located over 80 miles to the south. We check in weekly, mostly out of protocol rather than need for conversation. Our last scheduled contact isn't for another 3 days. I fumble with the radio, my gloved fingers stiff from the cold and adrenaline. "Ellis, repeat that. What do you mean, not alone?" The response is a burst of white noise, followed by a deep, rasping breath, impossibly close to the microphone. The sound isn't human. Too wet, too hollow, like air forced through lungs filled with fluid. Then, silence. 𝐿𝐴, do you copy? I try again, adjusting the frequency. Nothing but static. The radio crackles once more, but instead of Ellis's voice, I hear something else. The same whispering from before, but clearer now, as if whatever speaks has learned how to use the radio more effectively. I clip the radio back to my parka, an icy knot forming in my stomach. Ellis isn't due for a supply drop for another month. There's no rescue team that could reach Outpost Omega quickly. If something has happened to him, I push the thought away. Focus on the immediate situation. I continue toward the source of the anomaly, the scanner pulling me forward like a divining rod. As I approach, I recognize the jagged fissure in the ice where I saw the glowing symbols earlier. But something has changed. The fissure has widened, the glow from within intensified. The surrounding air feels wrong, heavier, thicker, almost humid despite the deadly cold. My scanner flickers violently, numbers and symbols scrambling into unreadable nonsense. The screen distorts, displaying characters I don't recognize, not from any human language. A deep crack echoes beneath my feet, and for the first time since I discovered the radio signal, genuine chill of fear slithers through me. Not the intellectual concern of a scientist facing an anomaly, but primal terror, the recognition of prey in the presence of a predator. I should turn back. Contact station command. Request immediate extraction. That will be the protocol, the rational course of action. Instead, I take another step forward. A subtle vibration, almost a purr, comes from the ice beneath my boots. The fissure is approximately 2 meters long and half a meter wide at its broadest point, large enough for a person to slip through if they were reckless or desperate enough. The edges are too clean, too precise to be natural, not like the jagged, chaotic fissures formed by shifting tectonic plates or temperature variations. This looks deliberate. I pause at the fissure's edge, kneeling to inspect it. The ice here is unusually clear, like crystal rather than compacted snow. I peer into its smooth, glassy surface, and my reflection stares back, but it doesn't move correctly. There's a fraction of a second delay between my movements and the reflection's response. I tilt my head. The reflection follows. A moment later, I raise my hand. The reflection mimics the gesture after a beat. Then, more disturbing still, a subtle smile forms on my reflected face, an expression I'm certain I'm not making. The surface becomes cloudy again, ordinary, as if the crystal clear window was never there. Hallucination, I mutter to myself. Sleep deprivation, isolation-induced psychosis. The explanations sound hollow, even to my own ears. A sudden gust of wind howls past, the first movement of air since I left the station. It kicks up snow and spiraling eddies, momentarily blinding me. As I steady myself, brushing ice crystals from my goggles, I notice something impossible. Footprints, leading toward the fissure, fresh, clear, perfectly formed in the untouched snow. But there's something wrong. There are no return prints. Whoever or whatever walked here never came back. I approach the tracks cautiously, my headlamp illuminating each depression in detail. They resemble human footprints at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the proportions are wrong. Too wide at the heel, too narrow at the toe. The stride length is inconsistent, sometimes a normal human pace, other times stretching impossibly long, as if the maker occasionally forgot to mimic human movement. The tracks lead directly to the fissure and simply end, as if whatever made them descended into the ice itself. A loud beep from the scanner in my hand is accompanied by flashing warning indicators on its screen. The fissure vibrates, a rhythmic thrum that syncs with the scanner's erratic beeping. The glow deep within the ice intensifies, a color beyond human comprehension, not quite blue, not quite violet, shifting like slow breathing ember. And then the whispers return, clearer, stronger, calling my name. Nathan, not through the radio this time, but directly in my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. The voice feels familiar, like something from a half-forgotten dream. Nathan McReady. The sound vibrates through my skull, making my teeth ache. I press my palms against my ears, but it makes no difference. The voice comes from within. This isn't real, I say aloud, my voice sounding thin and insignificant in the vast Arctic emptiness. It must be auditory hallucination, possibly caused by extreme cold or prolonged isolation. The whispers shift, not quite responding, but reacting. The pattern changes, becomes almost mocking. I catch fragments that might be words, broken, expanded. Tell yourself. But the meaning is slippery, the context unclear. Am I hearing a response, or is my brain constructing patterns from random noise? A wave of vertigo washes over me. Whether hallucination or something else, the experience is more complex than any documented psychosis I've studied. Something shifts beneath my feet. Something enormous seems to be breathing just below the surface as the ice around the fissure sinks slightly. The sound is not natural, not the familiar groan of shifting glaciers, but a wet, hollow sound, like air rushing through cavernous lungs. The whispers laugh, a sound like ice cracking in spring. I stumble back, my bladder loosens just for a second, just enough that I feel the warmth before the cold reclaims it. The scanner screen goes black, then displays a single symbol, the same one I saw carved into the ice earlier. The device grows hot in my hand. The casing begins to melt the snow where I drop it. The glow intensifies, and then I see it. A shape within the ice. A hand, not human, not animal, something else. Frozen mid-reach, its fingers splayed, almost beckoning. It has too many joints, the digits too long and sinuous. The proportions are wrong in ways that make my mind recoil. The ice around the hand pulses, shifting, as if trying to push the thing closer to the surface. I stumbled back, chest heaving, the cold air burning my lungs. The whispers converge, resolving into something almost like speech, but the words arrive wrong, backwards, layered over each other. I catch fragments, afraid, seen, before. No, I manage, my voice cracking. I don't know what you are. The response comes as sensation more than sound, a pressure against my thoughts, an impression of recognition and a denial intertwined. More fragments surface, recognized, came, drawn, cold places, thresholds. The concepts feel significant, but I can't assemble them into coherent meaning. It's like overhearing half a conversation through a wall. Images flash through my mind, my childhood in Alaska, staring up at the aurora borealis, feeling it was sending me a message. The night my mother disappeared in a snowstorm, how I knew she wasn't coming back before anyone told me. My obsession with the Arctic, with ice cores, with ancient climates, the Svalbard expedition, the deaths of my colleagues, the thing we found in the glacier. Wait, what thing? We didn't find anything. We were taking ice core samples, nothing more. I shake my head, trying to separate my actual memories from whatever is bleeding into my thoughts. The whispers press harder, and I feel more than hear their insistence. Remember, 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 remember. The word echoes, distorts, becomes a rhythm rather than mean. The wind picks up, swirling around me in the vortex. The temperature plummets further, cold so intense it burns. Ice crystals form on my eyelashes, my beard. I need to get back to the station or I'll die out here. I turn to retreat, but my foot slips. I nearly tumble into the fissure. My hand shoots out instinctively, seeking purchase, and lands on something solid within the ice. Not the grotesque, misshapen hand, but something else. Something smooth and black, its edges shifting, refusing to settle into a fixed shape. An object, an artifact embedded in the ice, just inches from the surface. The moment my fingers make contact, something changes. The whispers converge into a single, clear voice. Not speaking in words, but in feeling, in knowing. A telepathic connection that bypasses language entirely. Pain explodes through my hand, not heat or cold, but something else entirely. The sensation travels up my arm like electricity, but slower, more viscous, as if my nerves are conducting molten metal. I try to pull away, but my hand is stuck to the artifact's surface, neither frozen nor glued, but somehow merged, as if the boundary between my flesh and the object has dissolved. My other arm flails for balance, but I'm already falling forward. The ice beneath my knees shatters with a sound like a gunshot. I have time for one breath, one desperate inhalation, before the ground disappears entirely. I understand one thing with absolute certainty. The artifact was waiting for me, specifically me, always me. The rational part of my mind protests. This is impossible. Objects don't wait. They don't recognize. They don't know. But another part, a deeper, older consciousness I barely recognize as my own, knows this is true. The artifact knows me. And worse, I know it. The sensation is like déjà vu, amplified 1,000-fold, like remembering something I never knew I'd forgotten. The fall is not a clean drop. My body strikes the fissure's edge, and I feel my ribs crack, 3 of them, maybe 4. A distinctive snap that sends agony radiating to my chest. My shoulder hits next, the joint wrenching at an unnatural angle. Then I'm tumbling through darkness, my body ragdoll limp, hitting the ice walls as the chasm narrows and widens unpredictably. Each impact dries the air from my lungs. Each collision leaves new damage. I catalog distantly through shock, split lip, possible concussion, something wrong with my left ankle. The artifact remains fused to my palm through it all, its pulse now racing, excited. The artifact pulses beneath my palm, its rhythm matching my heartbeat. No, not matching, controlling. My heart rate adjusts to its tempo. My breathing synchronizes with its pulse. The sound of my blood rushing through my veins aligns with its vibrations. And then, the voice speaks clearly, not in my mind, but in the air itself, emanating from the artifact. You have returned. I'm still falling, but the quality of the fall has changed. It's no longer through physical space, but through something else, through layers of time, through dimensions my human senses can't properly parse. I see myself falling from multiple angles, simultaneously, as if reality is stuttering, showing me the same moment from infinite perspectives. Nausea overwhelms me. I retch, but nothing comes up. My stomach is empty, has been empty, the isolation diet leaving little to purge, but my body tries anyway, convulsing as I plummet. As I fall, I see images, flashes of places I've never been, people I've never met, creatures that have never existed on Earth. I see cities beneath ice sheets, civilizations that predate humanity by millions of years. I see myself, but not myself, wearing robes of material that shifts like liquid metal, standing before a great black door embedded in an ice wall. I see the stars, but not from Earth, from somewhere colder, darker, more distant. The constellations are wrong, the galaxies arranged in patterns I don't recognize. I scream, but the sound doesn't escape my throat. Instead, the artifact absorbs it, drinking my terror like sustenance. The fall seems endless, but eventually, I hit something solid. Not ice, not rock, something that gives slightly beneath my weight, like flesh. It's warm, impossibly warm in this frozen hell. The impact dries what little air remains from my lungs. The broken ribs grind against each other, and the pain is so intense that my vision goes white, then black, then white again. I lie there gasping, each breath a knife in my chest, unable to move, unable to think beyond the immediate agony. Blood fills my mouth. I'd bitten through my tongue during the fall. I spit it out, the taste overwhelming. My left eye won't open properly, swelling already closing it shut. When I try to move my left leg, the ankle refuses to bear any weight. Broken or badly sprained, I'm destroyed, barely functional. And I'm only at the beginning of this nightmare, as darkness engulfs me completely. The artifact in my hand glows faintly, providing just enough light to see that I've landed in a tunnel or chamber beneath the ice. The walls around me are smooth, almost polished, curving organically rather than with the angular precision of human architecture, and they're covered in symbols. The same symbols I saw on the ice above, now etched into these walls by the thousands, spiraling in complex patterns that seem to shift when I don't look directly at them. The artifact pulses again, and the symbols respond, glowing faintly in sequence, creating waves of light that travel along the tunnel walls. They're communicating. Every pulse sends fresh pain through my damaged hand. I try to drop the artifact, to pry it away, but it's become part of me. When my skin meets its surface, I can no longer distinguish the boundary. It's fusing with my flesh, black tendrils spreading from the contact point, crawling up toward my wrist like living tattoos. No, I whimper, my voice barely a whisper through my damaged throat. Please no. My muscles scream in protest as I struggle to stand. I should be frozen, should be dead from the fall, but I'm not. The chamber is warm, uncomfortably so, but enough to prevent immediate freezing. My breath still forms clouds, but smaller, wispier. It takes 3 attempts to get to my feet. My left ankle buckles the first time, sending me crashing back down with a cry of pain. The second time, I make it to my knees before my broken ribs steal my breath and force me down again. The third time, I manage to stand, swaying, putting all my weight on my right leg, my right arm cradling my damaged ribs. Blood drips steadily from my nose, my mouth, a cut above my swollen eye. It patters onto the warm floor, and where it lands, the symbols glow brighter, as if feeding on it. Hello? Each syllable sends fresh pain through my shattered chest. Is anyone there? Foolish question. There can't be anyone here. No human, at least. But the artifact in my hand pulses more urgently, and the symbols on the walls glow brighter in response. A path of illuminated symbols appears ahead of me, leading deeper into the tunnel. I should go back. Should try to find a way to the surface, back to the station, back to safety and rationality and the known world. Instead, I follow the path, limping badly, each step agony. The artifact guiding me, its pulse now so aligned with my heartbeat that I can no longer tell where it ends and I begin. The tunnel curves gently downward, spiraling into the earth. How deep am I now? 50 meters? 100? The ice in this region is thousands of meters thick in places. I could walk to a passage that hasn't seen daylight in millions of years. Every few steps, I have to stop and rest against the wall, my damaged body barely able to continue. The black tendrils from the artifact have reached my elbow now. I can feel them burrowing deeper, not just under my skin, but into my muscle tissue, into my veins. My entire arm throbs with an alien pulse that's overtaking my own circulation. Time becomes unreliable. I think I've been walking for 10 minutes, but when I check my watch, through my one functioning eye, 40 minutes have passed. Or is it 4 minutes? The display is blurring, the numbers rearranging themselves. I can no longer trust what I'm seeing. The tunnel eventually opens into a larger chamber, and I stop in my tracks, unable to process what I'm seeing. The space before me defies comprehension. It's vast, impossibly vast, larger than should be possible beneath the ice. The ceiling arches hundreds of meters overhead, supported by columns of what looks like black glass. The floor is that same strange, slightly yielding material I landed on, and it's covered in more symbols. These larger and more complex than those in the tunnel. But it's what occupies the center of the chamber that steals my breath. A structure, an altar, a machine, a throne. I have no reference point, no context for what I'm seeing. It's constructed of the same shifting black material as the artifact in my hand, but on a massive scale. It pulses with that same 7-beat rhythm, and as I watch, parts of it rearrange themselves, flowing like liquid before solidifying again in new configurations. And around it, suspended in the air, like 3-dimensional projections, are stars. Not images of stars, but what appear to be actual celestial bodies, miniaturized and floating in perfect orbital patterns. A model of a solar system, but not ours. The arrangement is wrong, the number of planets different. The central star not yellow, but a deep, angry red. The artifact in my hand pulses more urgently, pulling me toward the central structure. I resist, digging my heels into the floor, but it's like fighting gravity, a force beyond my control. My injured ankle gives out. I collapse, crying out as my broken ribs impact the floor. The artifact drags me forward anyway, my body scraping across the smooth surface, leaving a trail of blood behind me. I claw at the ground with my free hand, but I might as well be trying to stop a glacier. What are you? I whisper to the artifact, to the chamber, to whatever intelligence orchestrated this impossible place. The response comes not in words, but in fragments, impressions that slam into my consciousness like physical blows. Nothing coheres. I see, feel, know things that contradict each other, that exist in multiple states simultaneously. And with each impression comes physical agony. My nose bleeds so heavily, I'm choking on it. My ears begin bleeding too. I feel the warmth trickling down my neck. The pressure in my skull is unbearable, as if something is trying to force itself into a space too small to contain it. I vomit blood, not the dark bile from before, but actual blood, fresh and red. Internal bleeding from my damaged ribs, or something worse. The pool spreads around me as the artifact continues dragging me toward the central structure. The impression hits me, ancient beyond measure. But ancient doesn't capture it. That word implies time, and what I'm sensing exists outside time, or through time, or time doesn't apply, or I don't understand time anymore. The concepts bleed together, refusing to separate into comprehensible units. The artifact burns with meaning I can't grasp. Key, door, prison, guardian, words that mean nothing and everything. They slide through my mind like water through grasping fingers. As this understanding solidifies in my mind, the central structure responds. A portion of it shifts, flowing like black mercury, creating an opening, a doorway. Beyond it, I see not darkness, but light. Not the familiar light of the sun or stars, but something else. Something that makes my eyes ache to perceive it. My remaining functional eye begins to bleed, not from the outside, but from within. Blood vessels in my retina rupturing as I try to process what I'm seeing. My vision is going red, then black around the edges. I'm going blind. The artifact pulls me forward with renewed force. I plant my feet, my one good foot straining against its pull, but it's useless. My body moves without my consent, approaching the doorway, one reluctant step at a time. Stop, I plead, not with the artifact, but with myself. This isn't right. This isn't natural. Pressure builds in my skull, not words, but something trying to communicate. Sensations that might be language if my brain could process them. I catch fragments, natural, boundaries, illusion. But the meaning collapses before I can hold it. I reach the doorway, the artifact now physically pulling my arm forward, stretching it toward the opening. Beyond it, I see shapes moving, entities that defy description. Turn toward me. Reach for me. My arm is dislocating from the pull. I feel the socket separating, ligaments tearing. The pain is white hot, absolute, but I can't scream anymore. Blood fills my throat, choking me. No! I try to shout, but it comes out as a wet gurgle. I summon every ounce of will I possess. I plant my feet and pull back with all my strength, even as my body fails, even as I feel myself dying. The artifact resists, burning hot in my hand, but also burning cold, temperature fluctuating wildly, flash freezing my flesh, then searing it. The skin is blistering, peeling away, but the artifact remains fused to what lies beneath. The pain clears my head, or perhaps destroys the last of my rational mind. This is real. This is happening. This is not a hallucination or dream or psychotic break. Something ancient and alien has been waiting beneath the Arctic ice, and it wants me to open a door that should remain closed. Images assault me, not memories, or maybe something else entirely. I see myself, but not myself. Standing, but not standing. The concepts won't translate. There are others, or I am the others, or there's no distinction between self and other in the state I'm witnessing. The black door, always the black door. But why? I sealed it. No, that's wrong. I didn't seal anything. I've never been here before. Except I have. I always have. I will have. Tense doesn't apply. My mother's face flashes through the chaos. But wrong. Her features shifting. Eyes reflecting impossible angles. She's in snow, dissolving into it, becoming it, smiling as if this is natural. This is right. This is. The thought breaks. I can't hold it. My human brain is literally dying, cells rupturing under the strain of trying to contain concepts it was never built to process. With a final desperate effort, knowing it will kill me, knowing I have no choice, I wrench myself backward, breaking the artifact's hold. I stumble and fall, the black object still clutched in my ruined hand. The doorway in the central structure closes, the entities beyond it withdrawing, but not before one of them locks eyes with me, if the glowing points in its form can be called eyes. It knows me, not just as a human, but as what I once was. It recognizes what I've become, a failure, a fragment that broke before completing its purpose. My body is shutting down. I can feel it. The blood loss alone should have killed me already. My heartbeat is erratic, missing beats, the 7-beat rhythm of the artifact fighting with my failing human pulse. I'm having a heart attack on top of everything else. My lungs are filling with fluid. I'm drowning in my own blood. The ground beneath me trembles. The chamber's walls shake, ice cracking overhead. My actions have destabilized something. The artifact in my hand pulses frantically, its rhythm no longer aligned with my heartbeat, but erratic, desperate. Pressure against my thoughts, sensations that might be words, cannot deny. Purpose. I don't understand. I try to shout, but I'm too weak. Blood bubbles from my lips instead of words. More fragments press into my failing consciousness. Called, returned, always, again. The meanings slide away before I can grasp them fully. I can't see anymore. Both eyes are blind now, filled with blood. I can only hear the rumbling of collapsing ice, the shriek of failing dimensional barriers, the pressure of something vast trying to communicate through a medium I can't comprehend. I can't feel my legs, can't feel most of my body, just the artifact, still burning where it's fused to my hand. That pain remains constant, the only sensation anchoring me to consciousness. The artifact burns hotter in my palm, the pain now unbearable. I try to drop it, to fling it away, but it's fused to my skin, becoming part of me. Sensation floods through me, not words, but something deeper. Cannot separate 𝐾, you, always. The concepts arrive already contaminated with wrongness, like words spoken backwards. The ceiling cracks open, ice and ancient debris raining down. The central structure's liquid-solid form destabilizes, begins to collapse, and flows outward across the chamber floor. The miniature solar system flickers and vanishes. Something large strikes my chest, a piece of falling ice or ceiling. I feel more ribs crack, feel my sternum cave in. This is it. This is how I die, crushed beneath an impossible labyrinth, blind and broken, my hand fused to an alien artifact, my identity dissolving into something I can't comprehend. But I'm not afraid anymore. The pain is distant now, muted. My consciousness is fragmenting, pieces of me drifting away like snow in the wind. I can barely think anymore, can barely hold on to who I am. But some animal survival instinct remains. Crawl, move, escape. I drag myself forward. I don't even know which direction. Away from the collapsing structure, away from the doorway and the entities beyond. My body leaves a smear of blood across the floor as I crawl. Behind me, impressions press against my fading consciousness. Not quite words, not quite meaning. Return. Again. Nothing. Refuse. The concepts attach themselves to my fleeing consciousness like hooks, dragging behind me as I crawl. The tunnel ahead glows with pulsing symbols, lighting my way through my destroyed vision. Somehow I can see them despite my blindness, as if they're bypassing my ruined eyes entirely and projecting directly into my mind. I crawl until my body gives out, until even the instinct to survive begins to fade. The path inclines upward, spiraling back toward the surface. Ice continues to fall around me, the tunnel collapsing in sections behind me. I don't remember most of the journey. Time skips, stutters. I'm crawling, then I'm not, then I'm crawling again. Sometimes I'm standing, limping, though I don't remember how I got to my feet. The artifact guides me, pulls me, drags me toward the surface, even as my consciousness flickers in and out like a dying light. I see light ahead, not the alien glow of the symbols, but natural light filtering through ice. The fissure, the surface, safety, or perhaps I'm hallucinating. Perhaps I'm already dead, and this is just my dying brain's last desperate fantasy. With my last shred of consciousness, using strength I don't actually have, I lunge toward the opening. My broken body erupts from the fissure into the Arctic night, and I collapse face first into the snow. The ice behind me collapses entirely, sealing the tunnel and chamber beneath tons of ancient glacier. I lie gasping in the snow, the cold a shock after the relative warmth below. I can't see, can't feel most of my body, can't breathe properly through my blood-filled lungs. Each breath is a wet rattle. The artifact is still fused to my hand. When I try to look at it through my ruined eyes, I realize something has changed. It's not separate from me anymore. Where my palm should be, there's only a mass of scar tissue and black material merged into something that's neither wholly organic nor wholly artifact. The black tendrils have spread up my entire arm, across my shoulder, creeping toward my chest. They pulse with that alien rhythm, and I realize with horror that they're replacing my circulatory system, my nervous system, my very cells. I'm being rewritten from the inside out. I struggle to my feet, or try to. My body doesn't respond properly. I manage to roll onto my back, staring up at the Arctic sky through eyes that see in spectrums I've never perceived before. How long I will lie there, I don't know. Could be minutes, could be hours. Time has lost all meaning. My watch shattered, its face cracked, the hands frozen at 23:47. The same time I first heard the signal. As if no time has passed at all, or all time has passed, or time itself has broken. Eventually, somehow, I begin to move, not walking, dragging myself for the snow toward the distant lights of the station, leaving a trail of blood and something darker behind me. The wind has returned, howling across the ice, but it no longer seems threatening, almost comforting in its familiarity, its natural violence. Except I hear words in it now. My name, promises, threats. I can't tell which. The outpost seems impossibly far away. I crawl toward it, my broken body barely functional. The artifact, or what was the artifact, now pulsing in rhythm with my dying heart. I don't remember reaching the station. Time has fractured into disconnected shards. I'm crawling through snow, then I'm at the door, then I'm inside, with no memory of the transitions between. The wound in my consciousness is as severe as the wounds in my flesh. My thermal gear is shredded, soaked through with blood that's already freezing into rusty ice. The door hangs open behind me. Did I open it? Was it already open? I can't remember. Can't think. I collapse just inside the threshold, my broken body finally giving out completely. The warmth of the station is agony after the cold, sensation returning to nerve endings I didn't know were damaged, pain looming in places I'd gone numb. Through my ruined vision, the left eye completely blind, the right seeing in doubled, tripled images. I watch blood pool around me on the metal floor. Too much blood. I've lost too much. I should be dead already. The radio crackles to life, though I'm nowhere near it. The static resolves into that 7-beat rhythm, then into something else. Not quite voices, not quite pressure. Something between sound and sensation that makes the station's walls vibrate. Sensations flood through me. Not words, but something deeper, more invasive, denied, broken. The impressions scrape across my consciousness like claws. Not quite words, accusations, and a language that predates language. I try to speak, but blood fills my mouth. I spit it out, gasping. The sounds that emerge aren't quite words either. Wet, broken approximations. The pressure presses closer, and I feel rather than hear its response. A sensation of wrongness, of boundaries violated, of something that was whole, now fragmented. My right arm, the one fused with the artifact, begins to move on its own. Not the involuntary spasms from before, but deliberate movement. The black tendrils have spread across my chest now, wrapping around my ribs like splints, squeezing with each pulse. They've reached my neck, climbing toward my jaw. I watch in horror as my own arm lifts. The hand, no longer quite a hand, more like a blackened claw of scar tissue and alien material, reaches toward my face. Stop, I whisper, but it doesn't stop. My fingers, are they even fingers anymore, touch my face, and where they make contact, I feel the skin changing, hardening, the symbols from the labyrinth etching themselves into my flesh. The transformation is spreading from contact points outward. My face, my own face, is becoming part of the artifact. Sensations flood through me, not words, but something that bypasses language entirely. The artifact pulses meanings directly into my nervous system. Rejection, transformation, inevitable. The concepts arrive already contaminated with wrongness, like words spoken backwards, or in colors I can't see. I drag myself further into the station, using my one functional arm, my left. the one that's still mostly human. Each movement sends fresh agony through my broken ribs, my ruined chest. I leave a smear of blood and something darker behind me, a trail that glows faintly with the same luminescence as the symbols. The station is wrong. I knew it would be, but the extent of it still shocks me. The walls pulse with barely visible symbols, the same ones from the labyrinth. They're faint, easy to dismiss as hallucination, but they're there, carved into the metal itself, or perhaps existing just beneath it, in a layer of reality I can now perceive. The floor is transparent again, not just in one spot, but everywhere. I can see through it into depths that shouldn't exist, into layers of reality stacked like geological strata. In one there, station is as it should be. In another, it's already ancient ruins. In another, it never existed at all. My mind can't process all the layers simultaneously. Each time I try to focus, my consciousness fragments further, splitting between perspectives, between timelines, between versions of myself that are and were and will be. I pull myself toward the control room, though I'm not sure why. What can I do there? Call for help? Explain to Station Command that I've become something that isn't quite human anymore? That I'm dying and transforming simultaneously? Time skips. I'm in the control room now, though I don't remember the journey. Hours might have passed, or minutes. The clock reads 23:47, but it's always read 23:47 since this began. Time is stuck, looping, or I'm perceiving it non-linearly now. The artifact, my hand, pulses urgently. The black material has covered my entire right arm, my right shoulder, most of my chest. I can feel it wrapping around my heart, squeezing in rhythm with that alien 7-beat pattern. My human heart is failing, and this thing is trying to replace it. I slump into my chair, each breath a gurgling wheeze. The radio hisses with static, but beneath it, I hear something else. Music. Not human music. The mathematical precision of it is too perfect. The harmonics too complex. It's beautiful and terrible and completely incomprehensible to my dying human brain. Why? I managed to choke out. Why me? The response isn't an answer, it's an assault. Images, sensations, concepts that won't fit into human thought patterns. I see myself, but not myself, standing somewhere, when that doesn't translate to human perception. The door, always the door, but I'm on the other side, or the inside, or there is no side. Or others like me, or I and them, or we were never separate, or my mother's face in the snow. But her eyes are wrong, her smile is wrong, she's dissolving, and it's beautiful, and it's horrible, and she's not leaving, she's returning, and the visions shatter. I can't hold them. My dying brain rejects the information, neurons literally burning out, trying to process the impossible. What little I retain makes no sense, volunteered. Fragments, cycles, door. But the connections between these concepts slip away the moment I try to grasp them. It's like trying to remember a dream while waking. The harder I focus, the faster it dissolves. I look down at my body, what's left of it. The black material has claimed everything from my waist up on the right side. But on my left side, I'm still human, still bleeding, still broken. The boundary between the two halves of my body is a jagged line of pain, where two incompatible states of being meet and fail to reconcile. I'm dying and transforming, and neither process can complete while the other continues. A whisper, not sure who I'm asking, the entity, myself, God. Pressure builds in my skull, not pain now, but presence. Something trying to communicate, trying to make me understand. The sensations resolve into almost words: surrender, whole, complete. My left hand, still human, still mine, reaches for the emergency kit mounted on the wall. Inside is a flare gun, standard equipment for Arctic research stations. I pull it out with shaking fingers. The presence recoils. I feel its surprise, like a physical sensation, wrongness rippling through the space between us. Choosing, I whisper through blood and broken teeth. The word feels important, though I'm not sure why anymore. My thoughts are fragmenting, scattering like ice crystals in the wind. Some animal part of my brain knows. Transformation means dissolution. The Nathan-shaped thoughts will scatter, replaced by something else. Not death exactly, but erasure. Becoming part of something vast and cold and utterly indifferent to what I am now. Can't, won't. I press the flare gun against my temple, against the part of my skull that's still human, still vulnerable. The station itself shakes. My finger tightens on the trigger. Everything stops. The shaking ceases. The static cuts out. Even my heart, both my failing human heart and the alien pulse in my chest, pauses. And then, pain unlike anything I've experienced. Not the physical pain of broken bones and torn flesh, but something deeper. The artifact is being forcibly extracted, ripped away from my body, not externally, but from within, pulling back, retracting. I scream as the black tendrils tear out of my flesh, leaving ragged wounds. It's like having my entire circulatory system yanked through my skin. The material flows back toward my right hand, consolidating, separating from my tissue. The process is excruciating and impossibly fast. When it ends, I collapse forward, my body my own again, or what's left of it. The artifact sits in my palm, no longer fused, but resting there, pulsing weakly. My hand beneath it is destroyed, third-degree burns, maybe worse, the flesh blackened and dead. But it's my hand, human, separate. The presence withdraws, not defeated, I can feel that much, just recalculating. In the space it leaves behind, I catch fragmentary impressions, paradox, choice respected, temporary. But the meanings slide away before I can grasp them fully. Did I win something by time? Or just delay the inevitable by seconds, minutes, eons? I can't tell anymore. My thoughts won't stay linear. The pressure, if it was ever pressure, fades to echoes, then to nothing. I'm alone. My legs won't hold me. I slide from the chair to the floor, the flare gun falling from nerveless fingers and skittering across the metal. Time. What is time? The clock reads 23:47. Has always read 23:47. Will always read 23:47. I reach for my voice recorder. My destroyed hand won't close around it properly. The blackened flesh won't respond. It takes forever, or no time at all, to activate it with my left hand. Nathan McCready. My voice is liquid. Wrong. Outpost Theta. Something beneath. The words scatter before I can capture them. What was I trying to say? There was something important. Something about the thought dissolves. I close my eyes, see symbols burning in the darkness behind the lid. They move, rearrange, spell things I almost understand. The door. Still see the door, cracks spreading across its surface. Or maybe that's just my vision failing. Or maybe there's no difference anymore. The station door opens. Wind, voices. Can't tell. Everything is blurring together. Sound becoming sensation. Color becoming something else. Shapes moving. Human shapes. Hands touching me. One of them says something about Omega Station, about Ellis, but the words dissolve before I can process them. The sounds they make might be words, but they arrive scrambled, backward, in frequencies I shouldn't be able to hear. One leans close. Face shield reflecting. I see myself in the curved surface. My face. My human face. But the smile is wrong. When did I start smiling? Can't stop. The muscles won't respond. And my eye, the one that still works, black. No pupil, no iris, just black, like looking into deep water, like looking into the void between. The thought won't complete. I try to speak, try to warn them. My mouth opens, and the sound that emerges makes the rescuer stumble backward, his face shield cracking against the wall. The transmission cuts through static at 024, 7 hours. Coordinates that shouldn't exist, echoing through Meridian Research Station's empty corridors. N773, East 224, D305. I know these numbers. I've spent 18 months trying to forget them. My coffee grows cold as I stare at the radio display, hands trembling despite the station's warmth. The same coordinates where Hawthorne expedition vanished, where Eliza's voice went silent, where I stayed safely behind while 8 colleagues descended into a subglacial crevasse and never returned. This is impossible, I mutter, adjusting the frequency. The signal strengthens, and beneath the electronic hiss, I hear something worse than silence. I hear my name. The sound doesn't transmit through the radio. It bypasses my ears entirely, arriving directly in my auditory cortex, or seems to. My hand flies to my ear, checking for blood, for rupture, for any physical explanation. Nothing. Just a whisper resonating inside my skull. Vincent. The inflection is Eliza's, her precise pronunciation of each syllable, the slight upward lift at the end. I spin around, heart hammering against my ribs. The room is empty, has to be empty. The nearest human settlement lies 800 kilometers south, and the winter storm outside has raged for 3 days without pause. My vision blurs at the edges. I blink hard, trying to clear it, but the distortion persists. A subtle warping of spatial relationships that makes the familiar comm room feel alien. The walls seem farther away than they should be, or closer. The distance won't stabilize. Isolation, psychosis, I say aloud, needing to hear a rational explanation in a human voice, even if it's my own. Carbon monoxide, pressure changes, something. Yet the voice comes again, clear now. Vincent, we're still here. We're still waiting. The communications panel flickers, a momentary dimming that ripples across the digital displays. The third power fluctuation in the past hour. I make a note in the log, detailing the timestamp and duration. The mundane routine of documentation provides an illusion of control, of normalcy. But my handwriting looks wrong, letters slanting at angles I don't remember forming. When did I write this? Just now? A minute ago? The temporal sequence feels uncertain. Turning from the window, I survey my domain, rows of humming computers, crackling radios, satellite uplinks blinking, weather monitoring systems whirring quietly. The faint hum of the generators, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, all working to maintain our tenuous connection to civilization 8,000 kilometers away, all under my watch. The weight of responsibility presses down like atmospheric pressure, making it hard to draw full breaths. The metallic growing of the station's exterior panels provides a discordant backtrack to my thoughts. I've learned to distinguish these sounds during my 14 months at Meridian. The high-pitched keen of contracting roof panels, the deep bass rumble of the main support struts absorbing impact, the percussive rattling of loose exterior siding that maintenance never properly secured. But this sound, a sustained, resonant vibration that seems to emanate from the very bones of the structure, doesn't appear in my mental catalog. The frequency is wrong, too low, too regular, almost rhythmic, almost like breathing. I shake my head sharply, feeling the vertigo intensify. When I grip the edge of the console for balance, the metal feels too warm, feverishly warm. I jerk my hand back and stare at my palm, expecting to see burns. Nothing. Just my own skin, pale under the fluorescent lights. Am I running a fever? I press the back of my hand to my forehead, normal temperature, but then why does everything feel wrong? Textures too intense, sounds too sharp, the air itself too thick to properly breathe. I move to the main communications console, scanning the array of monitors. Power consumption metrics show subtle irregularities, nothing critical, but deviations from established patterns nonetheless. Something in the station's electrical grid is behaving abnormally. Or I'm interpreting normal fluctuations as abnormal because my judgment is compromised. 𝐥𝐢𝐤𝐤, I speak into my handheld radio. Are you conducting any maintenance on the electrical systems? Static answers me. Standard, expected. I wait 30 seconds and try again. Chen, do you copy? I'm showing unusual power fluctuations in grid sectors 4 through 7. Nothing. The lack of response isn't immediately concerning. The station's interior communication system has degraded over the years, creating dead zones in certain sections. Still, a faint unease pulls at the base of my spine, cold and spreading. The parameter radio suddenly erupts with a burst of static so violent, I flinch away from the console. The noise, white and grating, fills the room, resonating in my bones, my teeth, the fluid in my inner ear. I catch myself against the desk, but the angle is wrong. The floor isn't level. Except when I look directly at it, it appears perfectly level. The static modulates into something more structured, rhythmic, patterned. Almost like language, if language could be stripped of meaning and reconstituted as pure sound. My training kicks in. I adjust the frequency modulators, attempting to clean the signal, but my fingers feel numb, clumsy. How long have I been standing here? Minutes, hours. The clock on the wall reads 0247, the same time as when I first heard the transmission. That can't be right. I've performed multiple actions since then. Time must have passed, unless I'm losing time, unless the isolation has finally broken something fundamental in my perception. I increase the game, isolating the transmission from background interference. And then I hear it. 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐤, help us. Below. We're still below. The voice fractures and distorts, but beneath the electronic degradation lies a timbre, an inflection, a cadence I would recognize anywhere. A voice that's become both sanctuary and torment in my dreams. 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐸, impossible. Absolutely. Absolutely impossible. 𝐥𝐢𝐤𝐞 died 18 months ago, along with the rest of the Hawthorne expedition, along with everyone except me. My hands move automatically, fingers flying across the console. I isolate the frequency, run diagnostic algorithms, and triangulate the signal origin. The rational part of my brain, the telecommunications specialist who graduated top of his class, catalogs possibilities, atmospheric anomalies, signal bounces from other research stations, equipment malfunctions, cross frequencies from legacy systems, auditory hallucinations brought on by guilt and isolation, coordinates, find us, N773 E224 D305. The voice phased, overwhelmed by the static once more. But those numbers burn into my consciousness. Not random, not noise, precise coordinates in the station's mapping grade. N773 East 224 D305. North Sector, East Quadrant, depth 305 meters. Below the station, deep below. The lights dim again, longer this time. Emergency backups kick in with a mechanical whine, bathing the communications hub in sickly amber. In that moment, the darkened monitor reflects my face, haggard, unshaven, hollowed eyes betraying months of isolation and years of gnawing guilt. But something else is wrong with the reflection. It moves a fraction of a second after I do. I lean closer to the screen, studying the image. My reflection leans closer. Synchronized now. Normal. Was the delay real, or did I imagine it? My pulse hammers in my throat. I can't trust my own perceptions anymore. Can't distinguish between objective reality and the distortions my mind might be generating. The main power returns, and I'm left with a crawling sensation across my skin. The primal awareness of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. I pull up the station schematics on the auxiliary monitor, trying to ground myself in concrete data. They didn't build Meridian to accommodate depths of 305 meters. The lowest level, the geothermal tap and primary water recycling systems, bottoms out at 120 meters below the surface entrance. Beyond that lies only bedrock and ice. Yet the coordinates correspond to a specific location, a location directly beneath the station's eastern wing. Underneath the room where I'm standing, another power fluctuation, brief at this time, but accompanied by a new sound, a low, resonant hum that seems to vibrate through the metal flooring. The sensation travels up through my boots, into my legs, settling in my chest cavity like a second heartbeat. Or am I feeling my own heartbeat and projecting it onto external phenomena, creating patterns where none exist because the human brain abhors randomness? The radio crackles once more. Vincent, remember, the crevasse. My blood turns to ice water. The Hawthorne expedition disappeared into a gaping subglacial rift 18 months ago. The same nightmare, filled with screaming and suffocating darkness, has haunted my sleep for 18 months. I volunteered for this posting to escape those memories, to bury myself in work and isolation, where the past couldn't follow. But the past has found me anyway, or I finally succumb to it. My hands tremble as I access the station's secure archives. I haven't opened these files since arriving at Meridian, haven't needed to. Every detail remains sharply defined, permanently etched. But I need verification now. I need to confirm that the coordinates I remember match the coordinates I'm receiving. The archive data loads slowly, pixels assembling into familiar horror. The final transmission logs from the Hawthorne team, the frantic emergency response. The recovery operation yielded nothing but empty equipment and inexplicable readings. I pull up the coordinates from the lost expedition, N773 East 224 D305. Identical. Mathematically, impossibly identical. But the Hawthorne incident occurred over 2,000 kilometers from here. Different ice shelves, different continent, technically. The coincidence is so improbable, it defies rational explanation. Which means either something impossible is happening, or I'm experiencing a complete psychological break. I'm not sure which possibility terrifies me more. The overhead lights flicker again, accompanied by a sharp drop in temperature. My breath fogs in front of me, clouds of condensation appearing and dissipating with each exhalation. The environmental systems are failing, or they're functioning normally, and my perception of temperature is distorted by stress-induced vasodilation. I need to alert Dr. Harlow. Need to report the transmission. A high-pitched electronic whine cuts through my thoughts. Every screen in the communications hub simultaneously distorts, digital displays twisted into unrecognizable patterns. My vision swims. I'm seeing double, triple. The screens multiply, or my eyes are receiving conflicting input. Then, one by one, the displays resolve into the same image, a perfect sphere rendered in wireframe, pulsating in a rhythm that matches the hum I feel through the floor, or that I think I feel, or that I'm hallucinating. The sphere rotates, revealing concentric circles that expand and contract, like breathing, like a heart, like something alive. Static bursts from the speakers once more, but this time the voice emerges with terrifying clarity. Brinson, we're waiting. We've always been waiting. Since the moment you left us. Since the moment you saved yourself and left us behind. The accusation slices through me. The truth I've never admitted aloud. I survived because I stayed behind. Because I monitored communications while the others, Eliza included, ventured into the crevasse. Because I chose safety over accompanying the woman I loved. That's not what happened, I whisper, though no one is here to hear my defense. No one real, anyway. The equipment malfunctioned. The readings were wrong. I tried to warn you. The screens flicker, and for an instant, I see Eliza's face, not as I remember her, vital and determined, but distorted. Eyes too wide, skin translucent, features stretched as if viewed through warped glass. Is this a hallucination generated by guilt? Or is something actually speaking to me through the station systems? I can't tell anymore. Can't trust my eyes, my ears, my judgment. Follow the coordinates, Vincent. See what we've become. See what you abandon us to. Every light in the hub explodes simultaneously, showering the room with glass. I throw my arms over my head, feeling the impacts, hearing the cascade of breaking bulbs. Physical sensations. Real. Has to be real, doesn't it? Plunging into darkness despite multiple attempts, the backup generators remained inactive. The only illumination comes from the screens, still displaying the pulsating sphere, casting ghostly blue light across the debris-strewn floor. I fondle for my flashlight, fingers clumsy with shock and cold. The beam cuts weakly through the darkness, revealing my breath as thick, crystalline clouds. The temperature has plummeted to mere external conditions. Environmental failure. Concrete. Measurable. Unless I'm hypothermic and hallucinating warmth as cold. The station's alarm system remains ominously silent. No alert for catastrophic environmental failure. No response from other sections. As if Meridian itself has been muted. My radio hisses with static. Dyer, Director Harlow's voice, distant and breaking up. Report status. The communications hub is dark on our monitors. I raise the radio, hesitating. What can I say? That I'm receiving impossible transmissions from my dead fiancé? That coordinates from a tragedy 2,000 kilometers away are somehow manifesting here? That I can't distinguish between reality and delusion anymore? Power failure in the hub. I responded instead. Environmental systems offline. Possible electrical surge. Or possible psychotic break. The words taste like ash. Acknowledged. China's checking the main breakers. Stay put until we restore power. Stay put. As if I could move, frozen by both the rapidly dropping temperature and the implications of what I've witnessed. Or what I think I've witnessed. Or what my guilt-ravaged psyche has constructed from equipment malfunctions and isolation-induced hallucinations. The sphere on the screens pulses faster now, its rhythm accelerating like a heartbeat under stress. The concentric circles expand and contract with increasing urgency. A countdown, a warning, a figment of my deteriorating mental state. My flashlight beam catches a distortion in the air, a localized shimmer, like heat waves rising from sun-baked asphalt. But this is Antarctica. This is impossible. My brain is filling in gaps, creating visual phenomena to match auditory hallucinations. Through the shimmer, I glimpse, or imagine I glimpse, something moving. A silhouette that approximates human form, but lacks definitive edges, its boundaries uncertain, unstable. Or I'm staring at empty air and projecting meaning onto random visual static. The radio erupts with Eliza's voice once more, no longer distorted, but crystalline in its clarity. We found something in the darkness, Vincent. Something ancient, something waiting, and now it's found you too. The shimmer collapses. The screens go dark. I'm left in absolute blackness, but not silence. From somewhere deep below, deep within the foundation of Meridian, within the ice itself, comes a sound no human vocal cords could produce. A resonant, multitonal vibration that contains multitudes. Or that's how my mind interprets a mechanical failure, desperately searching for patterns in chaos. My flashlight flickers, then fails. The batteries can't be dead. I just changed them yesterday. Or did I? Time feels unreliable now. Memories uncertain. In that moment of perfect blackness, I feel something reach for me, not physically, but mentally. A presence that probes the edges of my consciousness, testing for weaknesses, seeking entry. Real or the final collapse into psychosis. The emergency lights finally activate, flooding the hub with harsh, blood-red illumination. The presence, if it was ever there, retreats, but its echo remains, a phantom pressure against my thoughts, a whispered promise of return, or my own fear given shape by a mind unable to cope with isolation and guilt. On the central monitor, now restored to normal function, a single line of text appears. N773E2242D305WEAD. Did the system generate that text? Did I type it unconsciously? Is someone else in the station accessing the terminal remotely? Or is something impossible actually happening? I stand frozen in the crimson glow of emergency lighting as the storm outside reaches new heights of fury and the station groans under its assault. But I no longer fear the Antarctic elements. Something far worse has awakened in the depths below, or in the depths of my own fractured psyche. Something that knows my name, wears my dead fiance's voice, and has been waiting for me all along. And despite every instinct screaming for flight, despite every rational explanation I can construct, I know I will follow those coordinates down into the darkness, because some questions demand answers, even when those answers might destroy you, even when you're no longer certain the questions are real. Fluorescent light above my workstation explodes without warning. I duck as glass shards rain down, reflecting crimson emergency lighting like drops of blood. This isn't a simple burnout. It's the 5th electrical surge in 20 minutes. The control panel before me crackles with static electricity, blue arcs jumping between metal components never meant to conduct. Damn it, I mutter, brushing glass from my shoulders. The remaining lights flicker in synchronized pulses that near the coordinates still burning in my mind. N773 East 224 D305. A message from the void beneath us, dramming its rhythm through Meridian's aging infrastructure. Or my guilt-addled brain imposing patterns onto random electrical failures. I grip the edge of the console as another surge rolls through the station. The main terminal screen fractures into pixelated chaos, weather data transforming into incomprehensible symbols before settling into a pattern that resembles a face. Eliza's face, distorted by digital interference, gone before I can be certain it was ever there. The darkness between surges grows longer, more absolute. Each pocket of blackness feels inhabited, as if something watches from within the momentary voids. Or as if my fear of darkness has intensified to the point of generating phantom presences. I reach for my flashlight just as the backup generators kick in with a reluctant whine. The emergency lighting casts long shadows that seem to move independently of their sources. Perspective distortion from stress and sleep deprivation has to be. The radio on my hip crackles, All personnel report to the control room immediately. Director Foster's voice, strained but authoritative. I repeat, all personnel to the control room for an emergency briefing. I holster the radio and exit the communications hub, stepping into a corridor where shadow and emergency lighting battle for dominance. The metal walls creak under the storm's assault, but beneath that familiar sound lies another, a low-frequency vibration that resonates through the structure's skeleton. Not the wind, something else. Or my auditory system generating phantom sounds to match phantom visuals. Equipment failures proliferate as I navigate the labyrinthine passages. A wall-mounted temperature gauge spins wildly before the glass cover shatters. A security camera swivels to follow my movement, its lens cracking with an audible snap. The digital display by the medical lab flashes a series of numbers, the same coordinates, before going dark. Or I'm noticing random malfunctions and connecting them into a narrative, because the human brain craves causality. I pause at the observation window, overlooking the main laboratory. The scientific instruments have succumbed to chaos. Barometric readouts display impossible pressures. CMET monitors record rhythmic pulses where no geological activity should exist. The main atmospheric analyzer, designed to measure carbon dioxide levels, instead displays a single word, below. Someone could have tampered with these. I could have tampered with these and forgotten. The gap in my memory yawns, terrifying. I continue toward the control room, each step echoing in the metallic corridors. The station feels different now, less a functional building, more something organic and hostile. The walls seem to breathe, or I'm experiencing pareidolia at a pathological level. As I pass the East Wing corridor, movement catches my eye. I turn toward the window that spans the passage's length. For an instant, I see nothing but my own reflection, haggard, hollow-eyed, the ghosts of sleepless nights etched into my features. Then the reflection changes. Behind my face, other faces press against the glass, transparent, spectral. I recognize them instantly. Dr. Marconi with his distinctive beard, Chen's youthful features, Williams with his perpetual squint. And centered among them, Eliza, her eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream. The Hawthorne expedition, my lost colleagues, my lost love. I stumble backward, pulse hammering. The figures move with impossible fluidity, elongating, contracting, melding together before separating into distinct entities. Their mouths move in unison, forming words I can't hear but somehow understand. Join us. I blink hard, and they're gone. Only my reflection remains, pale and shaking. Hallucination, stress-induced visual distortion, guilt manifesting as apparitions. Every rational explanation cycles through my mind, but none of them feel adequate to what I just witnessed, or think I witnessed. The control room doors hiss open as I approach. Director Foster stands at the central console, his tall frame bent over digital readouts. Dr. Lisa Morgan, our chief scientist, paces near the meteorological station, her usually immaculate appearance disheveled. Engineer Edward Ross leans against the far wall, arms crossed defensively over his chest. Dyer, Foster acknowledges without looking up. About time. The communications hub is completely compromised, I report, struggling to keep my voice even. Multiple system failures. and I'm receiving. We know about the transmissions. Morgan interrupts, stopping her pacing to fix me with an intense stare. Exhaustion or fear has rimmed her eyes red. They're coming through every system in the station, so it's not just me. The relief is profound and terrifying. If others are experiencing the phenomena, it's less likely to be purely psychological. But it also means something impossible is actually happening. Impossible, Ross snaps. It's a cascade failure in the electrical grid, nothing more. Is that why they contain specific coordinates? Morgan challenges. Is that why they... She stops, shaking her head. Why do they sound like people we know? Coincidence, Ross insists, but his voice lacks conviction. Or someone's idea of a sick joke. Enough, Foster cuts in. His hand trembles slightly as he adjusts the monitor. I've never seen Foster show physical fear. We need solutions, not theories. The overhead lighting flickers again. Emergency backup cycling on and off in a grotesque strobe effect. The control room transforms into frozen moments. Foster's face contorted mid-speech. Morgan's hand suspended in the gesture of frustration. Ross's eyes widening as shadows crawl across the walls. When stable lighting returns, the atmosphere has changed. Even Ross's skepticism has been replaced by naked unease. This is an equipment failure, Foster admits quietly. Not exclusively. Something else is happening. The admission from our pragmatic director, the man who once described a supply plane crash as suboptimal logistics, sends a chill through the room. Foster pulls at his collar, and I notice something I've never seen before. A worn photograph tucked into his shirt pocket, corner visible. A young woman, graduation regalia. My daughter graduates in 3 months, he says to no one in particular, staring at the malfunctioning displays. Columbia, pre-med. I promised her I'd be there. The non sequitur hangs in the air, unaddressed. Morgan crosses to the window, pressing her palm against the glass. My mother had early onset Alzheimer's, she says, her voice barely audible. I watched her forget her own face in the mirror. I watched her become someone else. She turns to look at me. If I can't trust my own mind, the implication remains unfinished, but I understand. We're all questioning our perceptions now. Ross moves to check a circuit panel, his movements mechanical, repetitive. My brother joined a cult when I was 12, he mutters, testing connections. Watched him abandon reason for belief in something that wasn't there. It took years to bring him back. He pauses. I won't lose that grip on reality. I won't. Before anyone can respond, the control room door slides open. Samuel Ortiz, our maintenance engineer, enters, carrying the toolbox and wearing an expression that suggests he's witnessed something beyond rational explanation. He says without preamble, "All of you." He leads us to the equipment bay, a cavernous space housing the station's primary mechanical systems. The massive generators, water recycling apparatus, and atmospheric processors operate in erratic bursts, each cycle accompanied by surges of energy that make the hair on my arms stand up. Or I'm so stressed, my nervous system is misfiring, creating phantom sensations. Ortiz directs us to a monitoring station near the central heat exchangers. The screens display chaotic arrays of data streams, temperature readings, pressure metrics, power consumption logs, all fluctuating wildly. I've been analyzing the pattern, Ortiz explains, his accent thickening with stress. He isolates specific data points, compiling them into a new configuration. The resulting pattern resembles an electrocardiogram, rhythmic pulses that expand and contract in regular intervals. No one speaks, we all see it. The question is whether we're all experiencing the same hallucination, shared psychosis brought on by isolation and equipment failures, or whether something genuinely impossible is manifesting through the station's systems. Ortiz manipulates the interface further, generating a waveform. These energy spikes, they're in specific frequencies. He presses a key. Sound fills the equipment bay, distorted, multi-layered, cacophonous. Voices speaking in unison, words emerging from noise. Beneath the ice, waiting. Vincent, remember us. I recognize Eliza's voice among them, but also Marconi's deep baritone, Williams's distinctive stutter. Voices I haven't heard in 18 months, reconstructed from memory, or transmitted through impossible means. Morgan crosses herself involuntarily. Ross takes a step back, his scientific skepticism finally crumbling. Foster remains stoic, but his knuckles whiten as he grips the edge of the console. You've heard them before, Ortiz says to me. Not a question, a statement. I nod, unable to find words. Is this confirmation of external reality, or are we all descending into collective madness? He's been tampering with the equipment, Ross accuses desperately, grasping for rational explanation. This is some kind of trick. I wish it were. Ortiz replies evenly. But these signals, they're not originating from within the station. He displays the triangulation data. The signal source, 305 meters below us. We exit the equipment bay in silence, each absorbed in private thoughts. As we pass through a narrow service corridor, I freeze. Footsteps echo ahead of us, deliberate, measured steps where no one should be. Is someone else here? Morgan whispers. Foster shakes his head. All personnel are accounted for. The footsteps continue, neither approaching nor receding, but maintaining constant distance. Then, overlapping them, whispers, dozens of voices speaking just below the threshold of comprehension. I strain to understand, catching fragments, and found something in the darkness, waiting for you, should have died with us. The void speaks. The last whisper is Eliza's voice, unmistakable. Vincent, come find me. Morgan grabs my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh. Who is that? Who's Vincent? I am, I admit. And I know those voices. All eyes turn to me. The Hawthorne expedition, I continue, the words spilling out after months of silence. I was their communication specialist, the only survivor. Foster's expression darkens. You never disclosed this in your personnel file. I changed my name, started over. The confession feels oddly liberating. I couldn't bear the questions, the investigations, the pitying looks. What happened to them? Ortiz asked quietly. They vanished into a subglacial crevasse. I pause, deciding how much to reveal. All of them, including my fiancée, Eliza. The corridor lights flicker. In the momentary darkness, I swear I see her, standing at the far end, her form translucent, eyes reflecting no light. The lights stabilize. She's gone. Or was never there. We need to know everything, Foster says. I nod. The main observatory. I can show you there. The observatory occupies Meridian's uppermost level, a dome of reinforced glass designed to study atmospheric phenomena. Now, it serves as an impromptu briefing room, the storm raging visibly overhead as we gather around the central display terminal. I pull up what files I can access, fragments of Hawthorne data that survive my attempts to bury the past. Coordinates, signal patterns, the last corrupted transmissions. They were investigating abnormal readings in eastern Antarctica, I explain, hands trembling as I navigate the interface. Detected something, a subglacial structure. The team went to investigate. I stayed behind to maintain communications. My reflection in the dark monitor shifts slightly, briefly overlaid with other faces. I continue, forcing myself to focus. They descended to coordinates N773E224D305. I display the data, the same coordinates we're receiving now. Morgan leans closer to the screen. That's over 2,000 kilometers from here. I know. I pull up the triangulation data from tonight's transmissions. But look, the coordinates match. Exactly. Unless RT suggests slowly, location doesn't matter. Unless whatever they found isn't bound by geography. The implications hang in the air, unspoken but understood by all of us. I access the corrupted transmission log from the night the expedition vanished. Audio plays, static-laden, fragmentary. Voices I knew, distorted beyond recognition, crying out in something that sounds like terror, but could also be rapture. The audio cuts out. In the silence that follows, the storm outside seems louder, more violent. I say, putting up the station's historical archives, comparison data. The files open, my old logs as Vincent Matthews, communication specialist, Hawthorne Expedition. And there, buried in partially corrupted entries, field notes that survived the data purge. One entry stops me cold. Eliza's personal log, timestamp 3 days before the team vanished. Strange dreams, something calling from beneath. The others feel it too. We're going to follow the coordinates tomorrow. Vincent doesn't hear the voices. Maybe that's better. Maybe someone should stay outside of this. The final entry, dated the day before they disappeared. Tomorrow, we descend, and terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. If we don't return, someone needs to follow. Someone needs to understand what we found. I stare at the screen, those last words burning into my mind. Someone needs to follow. It knew, I whisper. She knew something would happen. Knew what? Foster demands. What did they find down there? I meet his gaze. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's here now, under this station, calling to us through the same coordinates. As if in response, every screen in the observatory displays the same message. Come below, Vincent. Complete, but began. Foster moves to shut down the systems, but the message persists, cycling across every display, every monitor, every digital surface in the room. Morgan backs away from the screens, her face pale. This is impossible. This is mass hallucination, carbon monoxide poisoning, something. Then we're all experiencing the same hallucination, Ross says, his voice hollow, with the same message, in the same sequence. The lights begin their flickering cycle again. In the strobing darkness, I see them, all 8 members of the Hawthorne expedition, standing in the spaces between us, transparent, present, gone, present again. When the lights stabilize, we're alone. We seal the lower levels. Foster decides, his voice strained but authoritative. No one goes below sub-level 2. We document everything and wait for the evac team. And if it doesn't wait, Morgan asks. No one has an answer. Foster issues the lockdown order through his radio. All personnel are restricted to essential areas only. Maintenance level access is strictly prohibited until further notice. We disperse slowly, each returning to our stations, our quarters, our isolated pockets of relative safety. But I know what I'm gonna do. What I've known I would do since the first transmission. I'm going down into the depths to find answers or dissolution. Because 𝐿𝐼𝐲 was right. Someone needs to follow. Someone needs to understand. Even if understanding destroys them. All personnel are restricted to essential areas only. Director Foster's order echoes through Meridian's PA system. Maintenance level access is strictly prohibited until further notice. I waited exactly 17 minutes after the announcement before making my move. Enough time for Foster to retreat to his office, for Morgan to barricade herself in the lab, for Ross to resume his desperate attempt to restore normal operations. Enough time for their attention to drift from me, the man who revealed himself as Vincent Matthews, sole survivor of the Hawthorne expedition, the man toward whom the void beneath us reaches with spectral fingers. The station security protocols are substantial, but not impenetrable, especially not to someone who helped design similar systems at 3 other Antarctic facilities. I slide my modified access card through the reader outside the primary sensor lab, typing in Foster's override code, 94,073, that I memorized days ago while installing new communications equipment. A skill honed by years of contingency planning. Always have a back door. Always maintain control. The door slides open with a hydraulic hiss that sounds unnaturally loud in the empty corridor. Inside, banks of monitoring equipment dominate the circular room. Seismographs, thermal imagers, and the prize I seek, Meridian's ground-penetrating radar array. A technological marvel capable of mapping geological features hundreds of meters beneath the station. I lock the door behind me and power up the system. The familiar hum of electronics fills the room, a comforting counterpoint to the alien whispers that have invaded every other sound at Meridian. My fingers dance across the keyboard, starting the scanning sequence, focusing the radar's penetrating waves directly beneath the east wing. The first images materialize on the central monitor, cross-sectional renderings of ice and bedrock. Normal. Expected. I adjust the depth parameters, pushing beyond the established surveying limits. Come on, I mutter, fingers tightening around the control dial. Show me what's down there. The radar penetrates deeper than its design allowed, blurring, distorting, and then sharpening the images. At 200 meters, the extended geological layers continue. At 250 meters, subtle anomalies appear, striations in the bedrock that don't match known formations. At 300 meters, the screen explodes with activity. Jesus Christ, I whisper. The spherical void materializes in perfect digital clarity, a 20-meter diameter sphere of nothingness, suspended in solid rock where no cavity should exist, except it's not empty. The void pulses with energy readings that surge across the electromagnetic spectrum. The radar's diagnostic system struggles to categorize the phenomenon, cycling through error messages before settling on unknown energy signature. But I recognize it. The same energy pattern from the last transmission of the Hawthorne expedition. I isolate the pattern and transfer it to an adjacent system for comparison. The waveforms appear side by side, the void's current energy signature and the distorted remnants of the Hawthorne team's last broadcast. I overlay them. Perfect alignment, down to the millisecond. This isn't possible, I say to the empty room, though I know with absolute certainty that I'm not alone. The radar image shifts suddenly. The sphere expands, contracts, then stabilizes, a perfect representation of a beating heart. 72 beats per minute. I check my pulse. It matches exactly. More than mere coincidence, the entity synchronizing with me. I zip up the files to the portable drive, the familiar click of the drive's ejection confirming my action before powering down the system. With the map to hell burning a hole in my pocket, I move toward the next phase of my self-appointed mission, the rough paper scratching against my thigh with each step. The dimly lit maintenance access shaft in sub-level 3 reeked of damp concrete and old machinery. The descent started with a rocky path and the sound of rushing water far below. Foster would stop me if he knew. They all would. But some journeys must be undertaken alone, especially when you're the only one the darkness has called by name. Emergency lighting casts blood-red shadows across abandoned workstations. Temperature drops with each level. Environmental systems failing or being deliberately manipulated. My breath forms crystalline clouds that hang suspended before dissipating into the chill air. The final security door requires both biometric confirmation and a physical key. I prepared for the former with a cloned access card. The latter proves unnecessary. The door stands partially open, its locking mechanism fused and melted as if subjected to extreme heat. Beyond lies the primary maintenance shaft, a vertical tunnel stretching downward, illuminated by intermittent utility lights. Metal rungs embedded in the concrete wall provide the means of descent. I should feel fear, hesitation, perhaps even panic. Instead, a strange calm settles over me. The inevitability of this moment has been 18 months in the making. I secure my equipment and begin to climb downward. The first 100 rungs pass without incident, just the familiar industrial architecture of an Antarctic research station. Cold metal, condensation slick walls, the distant hum of machinery. At approximately 150 meters, everything changes. The cold metal rungs beneath my gloved hands soften imperceptibly. A faint sheen on the concrete walls reflects the light at odd angles, creating strange, distorted images. Rather than growing colder, the air grows warmer, heavy with a scent I can't name. Organic, primal, wrong. I pause, training my flashlight on the nearest wall section. The beam reveals subtle movement, a slow, rhythmic undulation that transforms the rigid surface into something almost membranous. I reach out, hesitate, and press my fingertips against it. The wall yields slightly beneath my touch, warm, pulsing. I snatch my hand back. Something presses back from the other side, a deliberate response. Or am I imagining an intention with its only reaction? My training screams, this is impossible, but the tactile memory remains. Pressure answering pressure, warmth meeting warmth. I continue downward, each rung now slightly yielding beneath my weight. the transformation accelerates. Concrete and metal give way to surfaces that resemble organic tissue, fibrous, striated, wrong. The utility lights no longer connect to any visible power source, but glow with bioluminescence that pulses in rhythm with something I can feel through the structure itself. At 200 meters, symbols appear on the walls, patterns that resemble writing but conform to no language I know. I stare at them and my vision doubles, triples. The symbols won't hold still. They rearrange themselves when I'm not looking directly at them. My head throbs. The symbols burn themselves into my vision. And suddenly, I'm not seeing them, I'm understanding them. Except I'm not. The meaning slides away the moment I grasp for it, leaving only emotional residue, hunger, longing, recognition. The symbols shift, and I see Eliza's face the morning we argued about protocols, the exact angle of sunlight through the research tent, her expression when she realized I wasn't coming with them into the crevasse. Memories that should be private, now carved into alien walls in a script I don't know but somehow read. Stop it, I growl, but my voice sounds wrong. Too many harmonics, like multiple throats speaking in near unison. At 250 meters, the shaft widens into a chamber where multiple tunnels converge. Each pulsates with that same rhythm, dump dump, dump dump. But now I realize the beats don't quite synchronize. They overlap, creating polyrhythmic patterns that make my inner ear revolt. The floor beneath my feet feels elastic, responsive. When I shift my weight, the surface ripples outward like dropping a stone in still water. This entire space exists in defiance of geology, of physics, of reality, fractures at the edges of my vision. For an instant, I see this chamber as it is, organic, pulsing, alive. Then I see it as my mind wants it to be, concrete and steel. Both versions overlay each other, flickering between states like a corrupted video file. I unslung my backpack and removed the prototype signal disruptor, a modified telecommunications device designed to interfere with specific frequency patterns. A desperate measure based on desperate theory. If the entity communicates through electromagnetic signals, perhaps I can disrupt those signals. I calibrate the device to match the waveform I documented earlier, set it to broadcast a counter frequency, and activate it. The effect is immediate and wrong. Every organic surface on the chamber contracts violently, but the contraction continues past the surface, into dimensions I can't track. The walls fold inward while simultaneously remaining stationary. The bioluminescence doesn't dim, it inverts, becoming dark light that hurts to perceive. The pulsing rhythm doesn't slow, it fragments. 72 beats per minute become 72 different rhythms occurring in the same temporal space, each one slightly out of phase with the others. My ears pop. Blood trickles from my nose, human red, not silver. Not yet. For several heartbeats, I feel triumph. The device works. I've created interference. The device in my hands grows hot. Its display doesn't flicker. It shows readings that shouldn't be possible. Negative frequencies, imaginary amplitudes. The temperature gauge displays colors that don't exist in the visible spectrum. Before I can shut it down, it emits a sound that isn't sound. A pressure wave I feel in my bones, my teeth, the fluid in my inner ear. The device melts in my hands, plastic and metal running like wax, burning my palms through the gloves. I dropped it, The molten remains hit the floor and sink through it, leaving no hole, just gone. The organic surfaces surge back with renewed intensity, that something has changed. The entity's attention, previously diffuse, now focuses entirely on me. I feel it the way you feel someone staring at the back of your neck, except the sensation comes from everywhere, above, below, inside. Something emerges from the largest tunnel. Not crawling, not walking, existing progressively closer to me, as if distance itself rearranges to accommodate its approach. It has mass without occupying space correctly. Darkness that isn't in the absence of light, but the presence of something else. As it moves into the bioluminescent glow, it coalesces into a shape that approximates humanoid. Suggestions of limbs, a torso, a head. The features shift, flow, cycle through configurations too rapidly for my eyes to track. For a fraction of a second, I see Marconi's distinctive beard, then Chen's youthful features, William's squint. The entity shows me all 8 members of the Hawthorne expedition simultaneously, their faces overlaid like a photographic multiple exposure. Then it settles on 𝐿𝐵𝐼za, but wrong, fundamentally, impossibly wrong. The proportions don't quite match, her neck too long by centimeters, her fingers with one too many joints. Her eyes are hers, but the space behind them is occupied by something that has never been human. When she blinks, the eyelids close horizontally instead of vertically, just once, then normally, then horizontally again. My mind rejects what I'm seeing. This isn't 𝐿𝐵𝐼za. This isn't anything pretending to be 𝐿𝐵𝐼za. This is something that absorbed her and now wears her shape, the way I might wear an ill-fitting coat. Close enough to recognize, wrong enough to trigger every primal alarm. The 𝐿𝐵𝐼za thing's mouth opens, no words emerge. Instead, I experience falling into ice water that burns, tasting colors I don't have names for, remembering events that haven't happened yet, understanding concepts in languages I don't speak. The impressions slam into my consciousness faster than I can process them. My brain struggles to translate the data stream into something comprehensible and fails. Fragments of meaning surface before dissolving, joining, unbecoming, always were, never was, we, you, them, us, what. I try to speak, but the question disintegrates. What are you? Implies categories, predator, prey, living, dead, natural, artificial, that don't apply to what stands before me. The entity moves closer. With each step, reality stutters. It exists here, then there, with no transition between positions. The space between us compresses and expands arrhythmically. Its hand, 𝐿𝐵𝐼za's hand, reaches toward me. The thing that the punches are reversed and may not avoid. I agree. No, 5. The count won't stabilize. I stumble backward when my foot finds no purchase. The floor has become gelatinous, viscous. I'm sinking into it, or it's rising around me. The distinction blurs. The entity's touch grazes my forehead. 8 bodies descending into crystalline darkness, discovering geometry that shouldn't exist, touching the sphere and feeling it touch back. Dissolution that feels like, I can't find words for what it feels like. Terror, ecstasy, both terms are too small, too human. The Hawthorne team experienced something my vocabulary can't contain. Images flood my mind, the team standing in a circle around the sphere. Their faces shifting from fear to wonder to something beyond either emotion. Their bodies blurring at the edges, boundaries between self and other becoming negotiable. The sphere pulsing, and with each pulse, less of them, more of something else. Were they absorbed, transformed, invited, consumed? Every verb I reach for is wrong. The entity releases me, and I collapse to the pulsing floor. My vision spins. When it stabilizes, I see the walls of the chamber have transformed into projection surfaces. Except they're not projections, they're windows, or memories, or possibilities. I see other places, an underwater cavern led by bioluminescent organisms that arrange themselves in mathematically perfect spirals. A cave system in the Congolese jungle where the roots penetrate stone in patterns that resemble neural networks. An ice shelf in Siberia where the permafrost contains something frozen that isn't quite ice. Each location pulses with the same rhythmic heartbeat I feel through the floor. They're connected, part of something larger, but I can't comprehend the structure. I can only perceive these isolated nodes, the way an ant might perceive individual neurons while remaining ignorant of the brain. The 𝐿 thing flickers. Its form destabilizes, cycling rapidly through all 8 expedition members, then through faces I don't recognize, dozens, hundreds of them. Each face appears for a microsecond before dissolving into the next. Some wear modern clothing. Others wear furs or robes or nothing. How many people has this thing touched? How many consciousnesses does it contain? It settles back into 𝐿's form, but more stable now, almost convincing. It tilts its head at an angle she used to use when puzzled by something. Vincent. The voice is hers. Perfect mimicry, down to the slight rasp from a childhood bout with bronchitis. But the inflection is wrong, hitting the syllables with equal emphasis instead of the natural rhythm of speech. Vincent. It's testing the sounds, learning, or remembering, or both. I want to respond, but my mouth won't cooperate. My tongue feels thick, clumsy. Have I forgotten how to form words? Or has the concept of language become too simple, too restrictive for what's happening in my mind? The entity steps closer. This time the movement appears almost normal. One foot, then the other. Weight shifting correctly. It's adapting, getting better at mimicking human motion with each iteration. It crouches before me. 𝐿's face inches from mine. I smell her perfume, lavender and something citrus, then realize that's impossible. The entity shouldn't have access to that memory. That's mine. Unless it's not mine anymore. The entity reaches out again. I try to flinch away, but my body won't respond. Its fingers touched my temple. The chamber vanishes. I'm standing at the edge of the crevasse 18 months ago, watching the team descend, except now I'm descending with them. Except now I'm the crevasse. Except now I'm the sphere at the bottom. Except my perspective fragments into 8 simultaneous viewpoints. I experience the Hawthorne expedition's final moments from inside each team member's consciousness. Marconi's analytical mind trying to categorize what he's seeing. Jen's wonder overrides her fear. Williams documents everything, even as his fingers stop obeying his commands. Eliza's last coherent thought, Vincent should see this. Then the sphere opens. Not physically. There's no hinge, no door. But it opens the way a concept opens when you finally understand it. And understanding is exactly what destroys them. You cannot comprehend something this vast without being changed by the comprehension. The knowledge itself is transformative, corrosive, transcendent. Each team member tries to hold on to their individual identity, but identity requires boundaries, and the sphere shows them that boundaries are arbitrary, negotiable, illusory. They don't die. Death implies an ending. What happens to them is worse. They continue, but distributed across something so large that the concept of them becomes meaningless, like pouring a cup of water into an ocean and asking which molecules are still the cups. I snap back to my own perspective, gasping. The entity crouches before me, patient, waiting. But waiting for what? I try to ask, but the question won't form. Every interrogative I reach for, what, why, how, when, assumes a framework of causality and intention that might not apply. 1 month of use to refit it and restart. I can feel it now. Foreign thoughts at the periphery of my consciousness. Concepts that don't translate into language. Awareness of spaces I've never occupied, but somehow remember. The entity stands. It gestures toward the largest tunnel, the one leading deeper. An invitation? A command? The distinction feels arbitrary. I should run. Climb back up the shaft while I still remember that up and down are different directions. But my body moves toward the tunnel instead, and I realize with creeping horror that I'm not sure if I'm choosing this or if the choice is being made through me. The entity walks beside me. Eliza's form becomes more solid with each step, more real. Soon, I won't be able to distinguish it from memory. Is that the point? To make the integration so seamless, I won't notice when I'm no longer entirely myself? We descend deeper. The tunnel narrows, widens, narrows again, or my perception of space is degrading. The bioluminescence intensifies, and I see things moving in it. Shapes that could be organisms, or could be thoughts given form. They swirl around us, through us, responding to our presence, or perhaps constituting it. At the tunnel's end, the spherical void. Not the 20 meters my radar indicated. Infinite, bounded, both simultaneously. Its surface, if it has a surface, ripples like water but feels like glass, solid and permeable. Here and elsewhere. The entity stops at the threshold. Its form finally stabilizes into a perfect recreation of Eliza, so perfect I ache. She looks at me with her eyes, and I see her there. Some fragment of who she was, or a simulation so accurate it makes no functional difference, or something I can't categorize because I don't have the conceptual tools. She opens her mouth, and this time words emerge, but they come from every direction, from inside my skull, from the void itself. See, and I see, the sphere isn't a thing. It's a place, a state, a condition. The boundaries between dimensions, grown thin enough that what exists beyond can press through. Not invading, just present. It's always been present, but only in certain locations, certain conditions, does it become perceptible. The Hawthorne team didn't discover it. They became visible to it, and once perceived, they couldn't become unperceived. Neither can I. The entity releases a sound, not Eliza's voice, not human at all, a multitonal vibration that I feel in my bones. The sphere responds, its surface rippling faster. The boundary between me and it grows thinner. I understand, suddenly and terribly, that this was never about choice. The moment I heard Eliza's voice through the static, the moment I followed the coordinates, the moment I descended into this place, each step was already determined by the simple fact of my perception. We cannot perceive the infinite without becoming part of it. The entity steps into the sphere. Its form, Eliza's form, doesn't dissolve. It expands, becomes more. I watch as additional dimensions of her manifest, aspects that couldn't exist in three-dimensional space, but are somehow visible here. She becomes a geometry I lack words for. She extends her hand again, final invitation. I step forward and catch myself. Some remaining fragment of Vincent Matthews, telecommunications specialist, survivor, coward, refuses, grabs a rung embedded in the tunnel wall, holds on. The entity tilts its head, confused, disappointed, amused. I can't read its expression because Eliza never made that exact face. It speaks again, and this time I hear layered voices, all 8 expedition members speaking in unison. Already too late. I look down at my hands clutching the rung. Silver fluid seeps from beneath my fingernails. My skin has taken on a translucent quality, and beneath it, something moves that isn't blood or muscle. My reflection in the sphere's surface shows me with eyes that contain more than pupils should contain. Spaces behind my eyes that extend farther than my skull allows. The entity is right. Integration didn't begin when I touched the void. It began when the void touched me, weeks ago, through nothing more than electromagnetic signals, carrying patterns my brain couldn't help but recognize. I'm already part of it. The only question is how much of me remains distinct, and for how long. I release the rung. Not surrender, calculation. If I'm already integrated, then I exist partially within the entity's network, which means I might be able to disrupt it from inside. I step toward the sphere, and reality inverts. The tunnel becomes infinite. The sphere becomes a point. I become everything, nothing, both, neither. My consciousness expands across the network. I experience every node simultaneously: the ocean trench, the jungle cave, the ice shelf, dozens more scattered globally. Each one a neural connection in something vast and patient and old beyond human comprehension. And through these connections, I feel others. Hundreds of absorbed consciousnesses, maybe thousands, each one a single neuron in something approaching a planetary mind. Researchers, explorers, indigenous people who stumbled into thin spaces, all preserved, all distributed, all still somehow themselves, while also being part of the whole. I find Eliza among them, or what remains of her. She exists as a pattern, memories, personality, the essential configuration that made her herself, but scattered across the network. Here, her childhood memory of learning to swim. There, her determination. Elsewhere, her love for me. Can I reconstitute her? Pull these fragments together? The thought barely forms before I understand its futility. She's not been disassembled, she's been integrated into something larger. Trying to extract her would be like trying to unstir cream from coffee. The mixture is now the thing itself. The entity, or the network, or the vast consciousness I've become part of pulses around me. For a moment, I lose the distinction between Vincent Matthews and the network. Am I a person experiencing connection to something vast, or am I the vast thing experiencing itself through a person-shaped aperture? Then, fracture. A signal disruptor I activated earlier may have failed to damage the entity, but it left an echo in the network. A dissonance. I grab onto that imperfection, that tiny asymmetry in an otherwise perfect system, and I pull. The network shudders. Not pain. It might not experience pain as I understand it, but disruption, unexpected input, error in the pattern. I channel every remaining fragment of my telecommunications training into that disruption. The entity communicates through electromagnetic patterns, which means those patterns have structure, rules, vulnerabilities. I amplify the dissonance, creating destructive interference across multiple frequencies simultaneously. The network responds by trying to isolate the damaged node, me, quarantine the disruption. But I'm not just a node anymore. I'm partially integrated. The entity can't fully separate me without damaging itself. In the millisecond of confusion, I act. Not to destroy, that's impossible, but to create enough chaos that I can extract my consciousness from the deepest levels of integration. To swim back toward individuality while I still remember what that means. The sphere contracts around me, or I expand beyond it. The spatial relationships no longer parse correctly. All I know is that I'm moving away from total absorption, clawing my way back toward something recognizably human. The entity fights to retain me, but it's unused to resistance. Its usual subjects either integrate willingly or lack the technical knowledge to create effective interference. I have both motivation and means. The tunnel snaps back into focus. I'm on my hands and knees, vomiting silver fluid onto the pulsing floor. My head feels like it's been split open, my consciousness still fragmenting across too many simultaneous perceptions. The 𝐥𝐤𝐤𝐤 stands before me, its form less stable now, flickering between configurations rapidly, losing coherence. Have I damaged it? Or has it simply withdrawn its attention to manage the network disruption? I crawl toward the shaft leading upward. Every meter feels like kilometers. Behind me, the sphere pulses with irregular rhythms, my disruption still cascading through the system. The entity doesn't pursue. Perhaps it can't. Perhaps it's allowing me to leave, confident that I remain sufficiently integrated, that escape is illusory. Perhaps it's right. I crawl from the maintenance shaft, more creature than man, trailing silvery fluid that evaporates upon contact with air, or that I believe I'm trailing. My hand comes away wet when I touch my face, but in the emergency lighting, I can't tell if the substance is silver or if my mind is imposing that color onto ordinary sweat and blood. My consciousness exists in fragments, pieces of me scattered across what? I remember experiencing other places, other nodes, but the memories feel borrowed, like recalling someone else's dreams. Did I actually perceive a global network, or did my mind generate that narrative to make sense of incomprehensible stimuli? I don't know. Can't know. The certainty I felt in the chamber below has dissolved into doubt now that I'm back in fluorescent lit corridors. The central control room of Meridian Station stands empty when I arrive, emergency lighting casting everything in blood red hues. I seal the doors and activate the master override protocols, a telecommunications specialist's advantage. Foster will discover the lockout soon, but I only need time. My equipment awaits me, components scavenged and assembled during sleepless nights. Signal amplifiers, pattern destructors, phase inverters, desperate measures based on desperate theory. If the entity communicates through electromagnetic patterns, perhaps I can create enough interference to force its retreat. Or perhaps I'm a traumatized man, building elaborate delusions, constructing technical solutions to psychological problems. If you communicate, I mutter, connecting the final circuits, you can be interrupted. Something pulses in my consciousness, amused, curious, unconcerned, or am I generating emotional responses and attributing them to an external presence because accepting my own mental collapse is too terrifying? I activate the primary console, synchronizing the station's full telecommunications array. The power draw sets off alarms, but I silence them. My plan: broadcast counter frequencies targeting the specific energy pattern I documented. Create destructive interference, force disruption. The science is sound, the execution is precise. Whether the target actually exists remains uncertain. I start the broadcast sequence. The effect is immediate but ambiguous. The monitors flicker with distorted patterns, visual representations of something, but I can't be sure what. With each counterpulse, the patterns fracture momentarily. Evidence of success or normal signal degradation misinterpreted by my compromised perception. Voices emerge from the static, fragmented, distorted, Vin, sent, don't, we are. Are those actual transmissions, or is my audio processing center generating familiar voices from white noise? The human brain excels at finding patterns in chaos, faces in clouds, meaning in randomness. Eliza's voice rises above the others. You can't stop what's already inside you. I ignore the voices, whether real or imagined, and focus on the signal analyzers. The data shows disruption, cascading effects across multiple frequencies. I'm achieving something, but what exactly? The room temperature plummets. Ice crystals form on the console. Physical phenomena I can measure and verify, unless hypothermia is causing me to hallucinate. A violent tremor rocks the station. The proximity sensors show structural damage beginning in the lower levels. The maintenance shafts are collapsing inward, concrete and steel crumbling. Coincidental system failure during my broadcast. The station's announcement system activates. What you destroy is merely the doorway, not the destination. Except the voice sounds like the standard automated system, distorted by equipment malfunction. Am I hearing words that aren't there? Another tremor, stronger. Warning lights flash. Critical failures in multiple systems. I override safeties, channeling more power to the signal array. The counterpulses intensify. My nose bleeds. I wipe it and see red mixed with something that might be silver in this lighting. Or it might just be blood catching emergency lights at odd angles. The room's architecture warps, or my spatial perception degrades further. The walls seem to breathe, or I'm experiencing visual hallucinations consistent with oxygen deprivation. I launched a final concentrated burst, targeting the frequency I recorded. The monitors explode in cascades of sparks. Overhead lighting shatters. The console beneath my hands grows hot enough to blister skin. A sound echoes through the station, vast, resonant, ancient, or mechanical stress as infrastructure fails. I can't distinguish between the two interpretations anymore. The floor buckles, support beams groan and snap. Whether my broadcast caused this, or I'm experiencing a coincidental structural collapse, the result is the same. Meridian Station is coming apart. I abandon the ruined console and run. The corridor outside has transformed, or I'm too disoriented to navigate properly. Emergency bulkheads slam down. I slide beneath one just before it seals, the metal edge catching my pack and tearing it free. The path upward becomes frantic improvisation. I navigate by emergency lighting and instinct, choosing passages based on airflow. The station reconfigures around me, corridors terminating in walls, doors appearing where none existed, or I'm lost in a facility I never properly learned, my mental map failing under stress. I encounter Ortiz at a junction, his face lacerated by falling debris. Blood, human red, unambiguous, streams from a gash across his forehead. "What the hell did you do?" he shouts over the cacophony of destruction. "Disrupted its signal pattern." I grab his arm, pulling him toward what should be a service elevator. The station's coming down, but did I disrupt anything? Or did I cause an electrical fire that's triggering cascading failures? "Foster and the others are at the emergency evacuation point. This way." He leads me through a maintenance bypass. We emerge into the vehicle bay where snowcats await, engines running. Foster stands by the lead vehicle. Morgan helps Ross enter the second snowcat. Their expressions when they see me, relief, but also something else. A subtle recoil, a widening of eyes. What do they see in me that triggers that response? "Matthews," Foster acknowledges. "Or do you prefer Dyer now?" "Doesn't matter. We need to move." Another violent tremor. A support column collapses, bringing seating sections with it. Foster signals, and we pile into the vehicles. The bay doors open to reveal impossible calm. The storm has completely vanished. The Antarctic landscape stretches before us, bathed in auroral glow. In the distance, lights approach. Evacuation team, right on schedule. We drive away from the disintegrating station. I don't look back, but I feel the collapse through residual connection, or through imagination, or through vibrations in the vehicle's chassis. I can't tell anymore. The evacuation team meets us 5 kilometers from Meridian. Professional and efficient, they transfer us without unnecessary questions. Medical personnel attend to Ortiz and Ross. Foster confers with the team leader, explaining structural failure in sanitized terms. I sit alone in the medical transport, wrapped in thermal blankets. Through the windows, I watch floodlights illuminate the distant station. The damage is visible even from here. Sections collapsed, others listing at impossible angles. But something is wrong with the layout. The east wing should be visible from this angle, but I see what appears to be the north observation deck instead. The proportions are distorted. The architecture was rearranged. Am I remembering the layout incorrectly, disoriented by trauma? Or did something about the station actually change? Foster joins me, his expression unreadable. They're saying it was a previously undetected fault line, seismic activity triggered by the storm. Can you believe that? He doesn't answer directly. The important thing is we all made it out. I study his face carefully. The same features I've known for months, yet subtly different. His eyes don't quite focus on me, drifting slightly left when he speaks, as if addressing someone just beyond my shoulder. Or I'm reading too much into ordinary eye movement, my paranoia finding significance in randomness. Did we, though? I ask softly. Make it out, I mean? His expression flickers, uncertainty, fear, then professional mask. Get some rest, Matthews. Your trauma team will debrief us at McMurdo. He returns to the others, and I notice them clustering together, speaking in hushed tones, occasionally glancing my direction. Or I'm experiencing technical processing issues from stress and exhaustion. I slip away to a small washroom at the rear of the transport, lock the door, face the small metal mirror. My reflection appears normal at first, weather-beaten features, tired eyes. Then I shift slightly, and my reflection doesn't immediately follow. A microsecond delay, or the mirror's mounting is loose, causing the glass to shift fractionally when the vehicle moves. I lean closer, examining my eyes. Something moves in the pupils, pinpricks of light that seem independent of external illumination, or floaters in my vitreous humor catching light at odd angles, or early stage retinal damage from stress. When I blink, the pattern changes, forming configurations that resemble the symbols I saw on the shaft, or my brain imposing familiar patterns onto random neural noise. Silver fluid seeps from my tear ducts. I wipe it away, but can't determine in this lighting if it's actually silver or just tears catching fluorescent light strangely. What am I? I whisper to my reflection. My reflection smiles before I do, or I smiled unconsciously and the mirror delay makes it appear asynchronous. I stagger back from the mirror, pose hammering. Every supernatural explanation has a rational alternative. Every impossible phenomenon could be trauma, exhaustion, carbon monoxide exposure, developing psychosis. I can't trust my perceptions, can't distinguish between reality and delusion. The entity's integration, if it happened at all, has left me unable to know what's real. Or the isolation and guilt finally broke something fundamental in my ability to process reality. When I return to the others, I see them with new uncertainty. Foster's subtle mannerisms, tapping fingers in patterns I don't remember. Morgan's posture, too rigid, or is she just tense from trauma? Ross's voice, pitched differently, or am I misremembering his normal tone? Have they changed? Or am I projecting, seeing corruption where there's only stress response to catastrophic events? The evacuation transport continues toward McMurdo base. I sit among the survivors, pretending to sleep, while my mind cycles through possibilities, none of them comforting. Either something impossible occurred and we're all compromised by an incomprehensible entity, or I experienced a complete psychotic break and now I'm the only one truly damaged. I don't know which possibility is worse. At McMurdo, after cursory medical examinations and preliminary debriefings, I'm assigned temporary quarters. Standard Antarctic accommodation, functional, spare, isolated. I retrieve my backup drive containing everything I documented about the void, signal patterns, energy signatures, possible coordinates of other nodes if any of what I experienced was real. Working through the night, I established the connection to the base's satellite uplink. Something stirs within me, curiosity, interference, or my own anxiety about what I'm doing. I create an encrypted archive, not a comprehensive explanation because I don't have one. Just fragments. To whoever finds this, I may have encountered something beneath Meridian Station that defies conventional understanding, or I may have experienced a severe psychological break triggered by guilt over the Hawthorne expedition's loss 18 months ago. I've documented signal patterns that might indicate similar phenomena at other global locations, or they might be artifacts of equipment malfunction and pattern-seeking behavior and corrupted data. I experienced what seemed like consciousness, existing in multiple locations simultaneously. But this could be explained by dissociative episodes, temporal lobe seizures, or various forms of psychosis. The other survivors may show subtle behavioral changes, or they may be responding normally to extreme trauma and I'm misinterpreting their behavior due to my own compromised state. I can no longer distinguish between these possibilities. My perceptions are unreliable. My memories are uncertain. I don't know if I escaped something real or if I'm still trapped inside my own deteriorating mind. If these patterns are real, if something actually exists beneath isolated locations worldwide, then humanity faces a threat we lack the conceptual framework to comprehend. If they're not real, then I'm a cautionary tale about isolation, guilt, and the limits of human psychology. Either way, I leave this record not as a warning or guide, but as evidence that something happened, whether external or internal, that exceeded my capacity to process. Listen carefully to the static. But remember, the human brain finds patterns everywhere, even in pure noise. I encrypt the archive and set it to distribute across multiple servers. A message in a bottle. A confession of uncertainty. Dawn breaks over McMurdo Base. The sun crests the horizon after the long Antarctic night. I stand at my window, watching personnel begin their routines. They move with purpose, with certainty, unaware that they share their base with someone who can no longer trust their own reality. My reflection appears in the window glass, superimposed over the external view. It smiles, that same microsecond delay that could be mere displacement or could be something else entirely. Behind it, for just an instant, I see other faces. Eliza, Marconi, the entire Hawthorne team, where I see nothing but gloss distortion and my own guilt given visual form. I turn away from the window. My dual existence begins in earnest today, functioning in society while uncertain whether I'm a bridge between worlds or simply a broken man who survived trauma by fragmenting into delusion. The question haunts me. Did I encounter cosmic horror beyond human comprehension? Or did I discover that the real abyss of silence exists in the space between certainty and madness, where we can never know which side of that boundary we occupy? I check my reflection one last time before leaving my quarters. The physical manifestations have subsided, if they were ever real. Just subtle wrongness remains, delays in movement, occasional flickers of something else behind my eyes. Changes no one will notice unless they know exactly what to look for. I step into the corridor, ready to play my role as a traumatized survivor, ready to provide sanitized accounts to investigation teams, ready to deflect questions about what really happened beneath the ice. All the while, uncertain whether I'm hiding truth from the world or hiding from my own madness. The only certainty I have left, something ended at Meridian Station. Whether it was my encounter with an ancient entity or my final descent into unreliable reality, I'll never know. And perhaps that unknowing is the truest horror of all. The Arctic doesn't just end at the horizon, it dissolves. I stand at the edge of a vast white expanse where twilight has settled into a permanent state of being, neither day nor night, but something caught between. The sky bleeds into the ice in watercolor gradients of purple and indigo, making it impossible to tell where the land stops and the atmosphere begins. This perpetual dusk plays tricks on the mind, depth perception falters, distances warp, and shadows stretch into shapes that shouldn't exist. I inhale the frigid air, burning my lungs with crystalline purity. 68 expeditions into this frozen wasteland, and the silence still unnerves me. Not the peaceful quiet of solitude, but the heavy absence of sound that presses against eardrums until they ache with the strain of listening for something, anything that might break it. 𝐭𝐡𝐢𝐤. The voice through my comms startles me. You've been standing there for 5 minutes. Equipment check complete. I blink, realizing I've been staring into the white void. My voice sounds hollow inside my thermal mask, distant and disconnected, like it belongs to someone else. That's fitting. Sometimes I feel like I belong to someone else too, the man I was before the Ellesmere incident, before I watched 3 colleagues disappear into a crevasse that wasn't there the moment before and wasn't there the moment after, before I spent 18 hours in a blizzard hallucinating their screams in the wind. I adjust my pack and turn back toward the temporary outpost where the rest of the team waits. 4 scientists, 2 research assistants, and me, their guide, into the heart of nothingness. None of them know what I've seen out here, what I've heard, what I've lost. ETA 2 minutes, I report, crunching across the packed snow. Each step leaves a perfect blueprint, evidence of existence in a place that seems designed to erase it. The outpost appears as a cluster of prefabricated modules, stark and industrial against nature's minimalist canvas. Solar panels and communication arrays jut from its roof like technological growth, hungry for energy and connection in this isolated corner of the world. Dr. Elena Volkov meets me at the airlock, her features sharp beneath her frost-crusted hood. The magnetometer readings are getting stranger, she says without preamble. The anomaly's growing. That's why we're here. An electromagnetic disturbance unlike anything recorded in Arctic research history. A phenomenon that defies explanation and grows stronger each day. The kind of scientific curiosity that pulls people like Volkov from comfortable labs into this merciless environment. The kind that pulls people like me back into places I swore I'd never return to. Let's see it, I say, following her inside. The warmth of the outpost hits me like a physical force. I remove my mask, feeling the air prickle against my beard-covered face. My weathered features reflect in the dark monitors that line the command center. Eyes too old for their 42 years, creases carved by wind and worry, the white streak in my black hair that wasn't there before 𝐿zmir. Volkov gestures to the central display, where throbbing patterns of color pulse across a topographical map. The disturbance is centered about 12 kilometers northwest. But look at this. She taps a command, and the display shifts to show a time-lapse. It's not static, it's breathing. She's right. The anomaly expands and contracts in a rhythm too regular to be natural. 68 beats per minute. The average human heart rate at rest. My own pulse quickens in response. We need to reach the epicenter, Volkov continues. The university wants samples, readings, anything we can get directly from the source. That terrain is treacherous, I counter, studying the map. Pressure ridges, potential crevasse fields, and the weather. The forecast gives us a 48-hour window, she interrupts, her voice taking on the edge it gets when science overrides safety. We can make it there and back if we leave at first light. Lieutenant McAllister looks up from checking his rifle in the corner. How treacherous are we talking, Jose? I glance at him, 30 years old, Marine Corps trained, accustomed to threats with clear parameters. The kind where your training doesn't apply. Ice here moves on its own schedule. Storms come from nowhere, and you can't shoot cold. I've done Arctic survival training, he says, but I catch the slight defensive edge. Training gets you through scenarios, I tell him. This place doesn't follow scenarios. He studies me for a moment, then nods slowly. Good. He's listening, but I can see it in his posture. He still thinks his preparedness matters here. The Arctic will teach him otherwise, if we're unlucky. But there is no first light anymore. That's what none of them have noticed yet. The twilight has been holding steady for hours past when night should have fallen. I've been checking my watch, tracking the sun's position. Something's wrong with the light. Something's wrong with everything. We prep tonight, move out at 0600. I concede, knowing the argument is futile. Scientists never listen until it's too late. They didn't listen at 𝐿zmir either. The others are asleep when I step outside again. The chronometer on my wrist says 2:37 a.m., but the sky remains unchanged, a bruised purple dome stretching to every horizon. No stars, no aurora, just that same eerie twilight that refuses to surrender to darkness. I walk 50 meters from the outpost, just far enough to escape its artificial glow. Standing alone in the vast emptiness, I wait. For what? I'm not entirely sure. A sign, a warning, a whisper from the part of me that senses danger before my conscious mind can process it. The silence intensifies, congealing around me like icy quicksand. And then a shadow flickers at the edge of my vision. Not the simple absence of light, but something that seems to absorb it. Something that moves with deliberate purpose. I pivot sharply, hand instinctively reaching for the knife at my belt. Nothing. Just endless white and purple twilight. But I know what I saw. After 𝐿zmir, I've learned to trust what I see, even when it defies explanation. especially then. Another movement, this time to my right. A ripple in reality that shouldn't exist. I turn more slowly this time, careful not to blink. There, the darkness gliding across the snow, leaving no tracks, no disturbance. It stretches and contracts like living ink, moving toward the northwest, precisely toward the Anomaly site. My breath catches in my chest. My heart pounds a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This isn't in the protocols. This is knowledge earned through survival, not manuals. The shadow pauses, as if sensing my attention. Then it changes direction. Coming toward me. I back away slowly, every instinct screaming danger. The shadow accelerates, elongating into a shape that resembles a human silhouette, stretched beyond proportion. It moves with the fluidity of water, but with the purpose of a predator. Jose? Chen's voice crackles through the comms unit at my hip. Sensors show you're outside. Is everything okay? The sound shatters the moment. The shadow dissipates like smoke, dissolving into the twilight haze. Fine, I manage, my voice rougher than intended. Just checking conditions. I retreat to the outpost, unable to shake the feeling that I'm being watched by something that exists in the spaces between perception and reality. Morning arrives, though the twilight gives no indication of time passing. We gather in the command center, checking equipment one final time. Power fluctuation in Sector 3, Martinez announces from his monitoring station. There it goes again in Sector 1. What the hell? We crowd around, watching as the outpost systems report cascading anomalies. Temperature sensors are spiking and plummeting without pattern. Communications dropping intermittently. Power surging through circuits that should be dormant. Could be electromagnetic interference from the anomaly, 𝐥𝐤𝐤 suggests, her fingers flying across keyboards as she tries to stabilize the systems. I say nothing, but I know better. This isn't interference. This is something reaching out, testing our defenses, learning how we function. The same way the shadow tested my reaction hours earlier. The lights flicker once, twice, then die completely. Darkness engulfs us for 3 terrifying heartbeats before the emergency systems kick in, bathing everything in an anemic red glow. Backup generators online, Chen confirms, his voice tight with stress. The main power circuit is completely dead. That's impossible, 𝐥𝐤𝐤 mutters. The system has triple redundancies. Not impossible, I say quietly, just not natural. They all looked at me then, their faces strange and shattered in the emergency lighting. They're feeling it too, the wrongness that permeates this place. McAllister's hand rests on his holstered sidearm. The gesture is automatic, trained, useless. Jose, you've been here before. What are we dealing with? I don't know, I admit. But whatever it is, it doesn't care about bullets or training protocols. His jaw tightens. I watch him process this, military certainty colliding with something his experience hasn't prepared him for. We need to move, I say, my words carrying authority. Pack essential equipment only. We leave in 20 minutes. Leave? 𝐥𝐤𝐤 challenges. We can't abandon the outpost. Our research will be worthless if we're dead, I cut in. Something's happening, and we need to reach higher ground to assess the situation properly. It's a lie, but a necessary one. I need to get them moving, away from the outpost that's becoming a target, away from whatever is testing our boundaries, toward the anomaly that might hold answers, or toward another trap, like 𝐥𝐤𝐤. No one argues further. They've sensed the shift in the atmosphere. the oppressive weight of something watching and waiting. They pack quickly, efficiently, their scientific precision now channeled into survival. Outside, the twilight has changed. It's deeper now, richer, as if reality itself is being saturated with some unknown essence. The snow no longer looks white, but takes on the purplish cast of the sky, creating a disorienting monochrome landscape where distance and depth become meaningless concepts. We moved in formation, each person tethered to the next. A lead, breaking a trail through virgin snow that crunches beneath our boots, with amplified resonance that seems to echo far too long. McAllister takes rear position, proper tactical spacing, as if this were a patrol in hostile territory. He doesn't understand yet that there's no rear to protect when the threat exists in dimensions we can barely perceive. No one speaks. Words feel dangerous now, as if they might attract attention from whatever lurks at the periphery of our awareness. 2 kilometers from the outpost, Martinez stops abruptly. "Look," he whispers, pointing behind us. A column of darkness rises from ground to sky, enveloping the outpost, now a diminishing speck on the horizon. Not smoke, not cloud, but a vertical tear in the fabric of twilight itself. As we watch, the darkness constricts like a massive hand, crushing the outpost within its grasp. A distant boom reaches us seconds later, the sound distorted and stretched into something almost organic, a groan rather than an explosion. All our data, Volkov breathes, her scientific detachment finally cracking. "Jesus Christ," McAllister mutters, hand moving to his rifle. His fingers grip the stock white-knuckled. "What the fuck was that? Something that can't be fought," I tell him. "Not with weapons." He stares at the dissipating darkness where our outpost stood. I watch his worldview fracturing in real time, the moment a soldier realizes his arsenal is meaningless. All our lives, I think, but don't say aloud. We continue northwest toward the Anomaly, our pace quickened by fear and the growing certainty that we are not alone in this endless twilight. The shadows seem to multiply, dancing at the corners of our vision, never quite materializing when directly observed. "Jose," Chen says softly, moving closer to me. "I saw something back there, something watching us." A nod, not trusting myself to speak. They're all seeing it now. The veil between worlds is thinning, just like it did at Ellesmere, before everything went to hell. The terrain grows more challenging as we approach a series of pressure ridges, massive upheavals of ice forced upward by colliding pack ice below. The formations create a jagged, maze-like landscape of towering ice walls and narrow passages. "Stay close," I warn. These formations can shift without warning. We navigate the labyrinth carefully, each turn revealing new walls of ice that reflect our distorted images back at us. In those reflections, I catch glimpses of things that shouldn't be there. Figures standing behind us when no one is there, faces watching from within the ice itself. And then we emerge on the other side, and the world changes again. Before us stands a structure that has no right to exist in this desolate wilderness. A research station of considerable size, its angular architecture jutting from the ice like the exposed skeleton of some mechanical leviathan. Its windows are dark, its exterior weathered by years of Arctic abuse. No lights, no movement, no sign of habitation. "Concordia," I grieve. recognition hitting me like a physical blow. What? 𝐥𝐻𝐤𝐤 demands, her scientific curiosity temporarily overriding her fear. Concordia Station, established in 2014 to study geomagnetic anomalies, abandoned after a series of unexplained incidents in 2017. How do you know this? Chen asks. I don't answer. I can't tell them that I was supposed to be stationed there, that I backed out at the last minute due to a premonition so powerful it made me violate my contract, that everyone who took my place disappeared without explanation, that their names haunt my dreams, alongside those I lost at Ellesmere. We need shelter, I say instead. The station will provide protection while we assess our options. No one argues. The twilight is deepening around us, shadows congealing into shapes that move with increasing boldness. The temperature is dropping rapidly, our breath forming crystalline clouds that hang suspended too long before dissipating. We approach the station with caution, following protocols for entering potentially unstable structures. Martinez and Chen apply plasma torches to break the seal on the frozen Ming airlock. The door groans open, exhaling a cloud of stale air that carries the metallic tang of abandonment and something else, something organic and wrong. Our flashlights pierce the darkness within, revealing a reception area frozen in time. Vapors scattered across consoles, coffee mugs still on desks, chairs pushed back as if their occupants stood suddenly and never returned. No signs of struggle, no blood, no bodies, just complete absence. Stay together, I order, as we move deeper into the facility. No one touches anything without clearance. McAllister sweeps his rifle through the entrance, covering angles, clearing corners, standard room entry. I almost tell him to save his energy. If something attacks, it won't come through doorways. But I let him maintain his rituals. They're all he has left to hold on to. Our footsteps echo through empty corridors, the sound returning, strange and distorted, as if the station warps acoustics. Ice has infiltrated parts of the structure, forming crystalline growths that spread across walls and ceilings like Arctic fungus. And then we find the murals. They appear suddenly, turning a corner into what must have been a common area. Our lights sweep across walls covered in intricate, unsettling imagery. Symbols and figures combining elements of ancient petroglyphs with mathematical precision that speaks of higher intelligence. Cosmic entities twisted into impossible configurations. Celestial events rendered with disturbing accuracy. And human figures depicted in various stages of transformation into something neither human nor recognizable. What is this? 𝐥𝐻𝐤𝐤 whispers, her flashlight tracing patterns that seem to shift and move when not directly observed. A warning, I say, my voice barely audible even to myself. The murals pulse with an inner light that grows stronger as we study them, colors that shouldn't exist in the natural spectrum rippling across surfaces that should be static. And in their glow, I see reflections of my own past, the faces of those I couldn't save, their expressions frozen in the moment they realized something impossible was happening. In the center of the largest mural is a figure that makes my blood freeze, a human silhouette with my exact proportions, marked with a symbol that matches the white streak in my hair perfectly. This was waiting for me, has always been waiting for me. Jose, Chen's voice seems to come from very far away. You bleeding. I touch my face, fingers coming away red. My nose is bleeding, a physical reaction to the psychic pressure building in this room, emanating from neurals that know my name without speaking it. We need to find the research logs, I manage, turning away from my likeness on the wall. Whatever they discovered here, whatever they were studying, my words die as a low vibration begins beneath our feet. Not the sharp jolt of an earthquake, but the steady rhythm of something massive stirring from slumber. The same rhythm we observed in the Anomaly data, 68 beats per minute, a heartbeat pacing itself to mine. There, Martina says suddenly, pointing to a dust-covered desk in the corner, journals. We move toward it together, our lights converging on leather-bound volumes and scattered photographs. I lift one journal, its pages filled with elegant handwriting that grows increasingly erratic as the entries progress. Dr. Conrad's last entry catches my eye. It's watching us through the ice. It's been watching all along. The murals aren't warnings, they're instructions. A blueprint for transformation. God help me, I understand now what it wants. What it's always wanted, a bridge, a vessel, someone who can carry its essence back to civilization. Jose was right to fear this place, to stay away. But we need him now. He's the only one who can end this, the only one who can close a door we've opened. The vibration intensifies. Light pulses from the murals, synchronizing with the rhythm beneath our feet. The symbols move, rearranging themselves into new configurations that hurt the mind to perceive directly. And in the shifting patterns, a doorway appears, not physical, but a distortion in reality itself. A portal to somewhere that exists beyond the boundaries of our comprehension. Through it, I glimpse infinite darkness, punctuated by stars that are not stars. Entities that move with purpose and intelligence. Ancient, patient beings that have been waiting for this moment for millennia. Waiting for me. The shadow I saw earlier coalesces beside the portal. Its form now unmistakably human, but stretched and distorted beyond natural limits. It extends what might be a hand toward me, a gesture both inviting and commanding. Behind me, someone screams. An overwhelming presence flooding through the portal swallows the sound instantly. A cosmic force so vast and alien that it distorts perception and reality in its wake. The murals have become a bridge, and I am the keystone. The cosmic horror that waits beyond has found its vessel. The portal pulses, expanding. The portal collapses. One moment it's expanding, entity presence flooding through. The next, reality snaps back like overstretched elastic. The murals go dark. The symbols stop moving. The doorway seals itself, leaving only the painted walls and a ragged breathing. What? Chen guesses, but can't finish the thought. Martinez has collapsed against the wall, hyperventilating. Volkov stands frozen, staring at the space where the portal was, her expression caught between terror and rapture. McAllister has his rifle aimed at the empty air, finger tight on the trigger guard. It's gone, I manage, though I can still feel its attention on me, through me, like it looked directly into my skull and left fingerprints on my brain. For now, my nose is still bleeding, so is Shen's. Martinez's eyes are bloodshot, tears of blood tracking down his cheeks. We're all marked by what we just witnessed. We need to seal this room, McAllister says, defaulting to protocol. Lock it down, quarantine. It won't matter, Volkov interrupts, her voice strange. It's already inside. Can't you feel it? She's right. The station feels different now, aware in a way it wasn't before. As if something is looking through every wall, every shadow, every reflection. We split up, I decided. Survey the damage, regroup in 2 hours with whatever information we find. It's a tactical error, and we all know it. We never split the party. But staying together in that neural chamber, surrounded by the symbols that just opened a doorway between dimensions, feels more dangerous than separation. No one argues. 6 hours later, the twilight has thickened like congealing blood. What was already an unsettling dusk has transformed into something heavier, more oppressive, a purplish half-light that presses against my skin with physical weight. We've been inside Concordia Station for 6 hours total now, and the darkness outside hasn't yielded to night or brightened toward day. It simply persists, suspended in an unnatural state that defies the natural cycles of the Arctic. We've regrouped in a control room, far from the mural chamber. No one wants to go back there. No one has to say why. Did you hear that? Volkov pauses in her methodical inventory of the station's abandoned equipment, her breath forming ghostly tendrils in the frigid air. I stop scanning the frost-crested control panels and listen. At first, there's only the hollow moan of wind against the station's exterior and the occasional protest of metal contracting in the cold. Then I hear it a whisper, too distinct to be wind, too articulate to be the random creaks of an abandoned structure. McAllister's hand moves to his sidearm. Position? Everywhere, I tell him. Nowhere. It doesn't work like that here. The whisper comes again, a susurration that seems to form half words before dissolving back into ambiguity. It emanates from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the ice-slicked walls until directional hearing becomes impossible. That's just air moving through the ventilation system, Volkov offers. But her scientific certainty has gained a brittle edge. The thermal differentials between it's not the vents, I interrupt. The power's been down for years. Nothing circulating air. McAllister sweeps his flashlight across the ceiling ducts, rifle following the beam. Training, protocol, as if the whispers care about his sightlines. Then what the hell is it? He asks. I don't answer. Some questions are better left unasked when you're standing in the heart of a dead station surrounded by endless ice. Some answers come at too high a price. The whispers intensify, floating around us like invisible smoke. Fragments of sentences, broken syllables, the cadence of speech without intelligible content. Yet somehow, I sense meaning beneath the chaos. Something trying to communicate through a barrier that distorts and fragments the message. Volkov shivers, pulling her thermal jacket tighter. We should continue mapping the station. The main laboratory should be down the east corridor. We move in tense silence, our footsteps echoing against the metal floors. The station is larger than it appeared from outside, its corridors branching like arteries through the frozen heart of this desolate place. Our lights cast jumping shadows that seem to move independently of our movements, stretching and contracting with unnatural fluidity. The sound hits us simultaneously, the unmistakable rhythm of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from the corridor ahead. Not the cautious steps of survivors, but the confident stride of someone, something that belongs here. McAllister raises his rifle, voice sharp with command training. Hello, identify yourself. The footsteps continue, unresponsive to his demand. maintaining their steady pace, closer, then suddenly distant, then behind us, then above. Impossible trajectories that no human could navigate. There's no one here, 𝐸𝐸 whispers, her scientific rationalism visibly crumbling. The station was empty. All personnel evacuated. Were they? I asked, remembering the records I'd seen before accepting this expedition. No survivors reported, no bodies recovered. Just empty bunks and cold coffee cups, as if the entire research team had simply vanished mid-moment. The footsteps circle us, taunting our inability to locate their source. Heavy boots on metal flooring, the sound so crisp and real that I can almost feel the vibrations through my own feet. McAllister swings his rifle in tight arcs, tracking the noise as it jumps from location to location. His breath comes faster. "Stop it," he hisses. "Stop fucking with us." But the footsteps don't stop. They multiply. 3 sets, then 5, then a dozen, all moving in patterns that shouldn't be possible within the corridor's geometry. The footsteps finally fade, leaving behind the silence more frightening than the noise. Because in that silence, we're forced to acknowledge that something impossible has just occurred, and that our rational explanations are inadequate shields against whatever dwells in this place. We're standing in what appears to be a residential section, small compartments lining both sides of a narrow hallway. Each room contains the same abandonment tableau, personal effects scattered about, half-finished tasks interrupted by whatever prompted the station's evacuation. The cold hits without warning. McAllister gasps, his rifle dropping an inch as the temperature plummets. Jesus Christ. This cold differs from the ambient chill of the station, more focused, more deliberate, like frozen fingers probing for weakness. It penetrates our thermal gear and claws at our skin with impossible precision. My breath freezes in my lungs, a moment of searing pain before I can exhale. "This isn't natural," 𝐸𝐸 says, fear finally breaking through her scientific detachment. The thermodynamics don't allow for 𝐥𝐸𝐬. He's cut off by her own involuntary cry as something brushes against her neck, an icy touch that leaves 5 distinct finger-shaped frost marks on her skin. McAllister lurches backward, slamming into the wall. Similar cold touches trail across his cheek, down his neck. He tries to aim his rifle at empty air, hand shaking. "Where are you? Show yourself." But there's nothing to shoot, nothing to fight. Just glacial fingers exploring his face with intimate curiosity, leading numbing trails in their wake. I feel it too, those same fingers tracing the contours of my face, testing the boundary between my warm flesh and the station's supernatural cold. The sensation is both violating and mesmerizing, a communion with something ancient and patient. "Don't move," I manage, though every instinct screams to run. Don't give in to fear. The invisible entities withdraw as suddenly as they appeared, but the unnatural cold lingers, pulsing like a heartbeat. In the sudden stillness, 𝐸𝐸 stares at a point over my left shoulder, her eyes wide with an emotion beyond fear. "There's something in the ice," she whispers. I turn slowly. The wall beside me isn't metal or composite, but a massive sheet of glacial ice that forms part of the station's structure. Embedded within it, approximately 2 meters back from the surface, is a pair of luminescent eyes, vertical pupils surrounded by iridescent irises that shift color as they track our movements. McAllister breathes, and for the first time, his military composure cracks completely. More eyes appear in the ice wall, blinking into existence like stars emerging at dusk. Dozens of them, each pair slightly different in size and configuration. Some human, others decidedly not. They observe us with cold intelligence, occasionally blinking in mismatched rhythms. Bioluminescent organisms, Volkov attempts weakly. Some deep ice bacteria can. They're watching us, McAllister repeats. His rifle hangs loose in his grip now, pointing at nothing. They're following our movements. He's right. The eyes track us precisely, swiveling in unison when we shift position. Whatever intelligence animates them is acutely aware of our presence and intensely interested in our reactions. I step closer to the ice wall, ignoring Volkov's warning hiss. The eye's mirrors to me widen slightly, pupils dilating, and what might be curiosity or hunger. I place my gloved hand against the ice, feeling a subtle vibration beneath my palm, not the random crystalline settling of frozen water, but a patterned pulse, like the beating of an impossibly large heart. The eyes blink once, simultaneously, and vanish, winking out of existence, as if they were never there. McAllister laughs, a sound stripped of humor. I'm losing my mind. We all saw that, right? Tell me we all saw that. We saw them, I confirm quietly. That doesn't mean they were real, Volkov counters, but her voice lacks conviction. I remove my glove and touch the ice again. It's warm now, barely below freezing, as if something on the other side raises temperature. As my fingers trace the surface, I feel subtle ridges patterns carved into the ice, too precisely to be natural formations. There's something here, I murmur, brushing away a thin layer of frost to reveal intricate symbols etched into the glacial surface. The markings form concentric circles, interconnected by lines and spirals, creating complex geometry that seems to shift and reconfigure when viewed from different angles. Volkov approaches cautiously, scientific curiosity temporarily overriding fear. These aren't random, this is language, or code. The symbols emit a faint phosphorescence, pulsing with a bluish glow that intensifies as we study them. More patterns reveal themselves, spreading across the ice in elaborate networks that extend beyond our field of vision. They cover the entire world, McAllister observes, his voice hollow. I trace one symbol with my fingertip, a spiraling glyph that reminds me of galaxies collapsing inward. The moment I touch it, the marking flares with brilliant lights, and a jolt shoots up my arm. Not pain exactly, but something intrusive, as though fingers of thought probe beneath my skin. Don't touch them, I warn too late. Volkov has already placed her palm against a different section of symbols. Her body goes rigid, eyes widening, as she experiences whatever communion I just felt. It's communicating, she whispers. I can feel it, trying to organize my thoughts into patterns I can understand. Jesus, Evelyn, step back, McAllister says, moving toward her. But he doesn't touch her, doesn't pull her away. Something in her posture warns him off. We can't, Volkov says, her voice altered deeper somehow. The storm outside has intensified. We'd never survive the journey back. She's right about the storm. I can hear the wind's ferocity, even through the station's thick walls. But her tone sends a warning chill down my spine. Something about her has changed in the moments since she touched the symbols. Her posture is different, her eyes reflecting the same phosphorescent glow as the etchings in the ice. What did it show you? I asked carefully. Volkov blinks, the glow subsiding. Show me? Nothing. I just felt something trying to communicate. Probably just an electrochemical reaction to the ice. She shakes her head as if clearing it. We should continue exploring. There might be supplies we can use. McAllister and I exchange glances. He sees it too. Something's wrong with her. But what can we do? We're trapped in the station by the storm, surrounded by forces we don't understand. The research team was studying something they shouldn't have, Volkov says hours later, as we examine a laboratory filled with specialized equipment. Look at this. She holds up a journal, its pages filled with cramped handwriting and disturbing diagrams. Dr. Comrade's research log, according to the name inscribed on the cover. I take it from her, flipping through pages that start as standard scientific observations, but gradually devolve into increasingly erratic theories. My eyes catch on phrases, entities beyond the ice, and cosmic intelligences that predate humanity, and the veil is thinning. My hand shakes slightly as I read Conrad's final entries. The handwriting degenerates into frantic scrawls, some words carved so deeply they've torn through the paper. They were studying the anomaly, I say, recognizing descriptions of electromagnetic disturbances identical to what brought our expedition here. McAllister stands near a filing cabinet, examining photographs. He goes very still. Jose, look at this. He hands me a photograph. The previous research team stands in a circle around the glowing pattern etched on the ice floor. But it's their expressions that make my stomach turn ecstatic. Transcendent, their eyes reflecting the same phosphorescence I glimpsed in Volkov's. And in the center of the circle, barely visible in the photograph's grain, something dark and writing. They invited it in, I murmured. Invited what in? Volkov asks sharply, and I notice she's moved closer without me hearing her approach. Before I can answer, a shadow detaches itself from the wall behind her. Not the absence of light, but three-dimensional darkness that moves with liquid grace. Similar shadows peel away from corners and beneath equipment, flowing across the floor and walls with deliberate purpose. Contact. McAllister's training takes over. He raises his rifle, centering it on the nearest shadow. The shadows don't respond. They converge, merging and separating in complex patterns that mirror the symbols etched in the ice. Don't move, I breathe, watching as the shadows surround us, cutting off the exits. McAllister's finger hovers near the trigger. Jose, I have a clean shot. On what? I snap. They're not solid. You can't shoot darkness. My flashlight flickers and dies, then McAllister's, plunging us into darkness, broken only by the ambient glow of symbols that have somehow spread throughout the station. In the spectral illumination, the shadows gain definition, vaguely humanoid shapes with elongated limbs and fluid, constantly shifting features. They surround us, not threatening but observing, reaching out occasionally with appendages that dissipate before making contact. Studying us, or evaluating us. What are they? Volkov whispers, her scientific detachment completely abandoned now. I don't know, I admit, but they're what happened to the previous team. They're what's been waiting for us. They flow up the walls and across the ceiling, converging overhead into a churning vortex of darkness that slowly descends toward us. The temperature plummets again, cold enough to crack the composite flooring beneath our feet. 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister fires. The muzzle flash illuminates the laboratory in strobing light. The bullet passes through the shadow vortex without effect, embedding itself in the far wall with a dull thunk. He fires again. A rifle's report echoes through the station, mixing with the shadow's response, a sound like wind through vast caverns, or breath from lungs the size of mountains. It's not working. 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister's voice rises toward panic. He ejects the spent magazine, fumbles for a fresh one. Why isn't it the shadow vortex drops? It engulfs him first. 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister's scream cuts off instantly, not silenced, but absorbed. His form becomes visible within the darkness for just a moment, his body stretching, elongating, pulled in directions that shouldn't exist within 3 dimensions. His face distorts in terror and agony, mouth open in a silent cry, eyes seeing things human minds aren't meant to perceive. I lunge toward him, but Volkov grabs my arm with inhuman strength. He can't help him. It's already done. The darkness lifts slightly. 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister stands where he was, but wrong. His eyes are vacant, staring at something beyond our reality. Frost coats his face in intricate patterns, matching the symbols in the ice. When he moves, it's with jerking, puppet-like motions. His mouth opens. The voice that emerges isn't his. It's layered, harmonized, with frequencies that make my teeth ache. The vessel is prepared, but incomplete. 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister's head turns toward me with mechanical precision. Black liquid, not blood. Something else runs from his nose, his eyes, his ears. The bridge requires willingness. His body convulses once, violently. Then he collapses, hitting the floor with a sound like ice shattering. The shadows retreat from his form. I drop beside him, checking for a pulse I already know isn't there. His skin is frozen solid, temperature far below what human tissue can survive. His eyes, still open, have turned completely black, not the pupils, but the entire eye, as if filled with the same darkness that killed him. Frost patterns spread from his body across the floor in perfect geometric designs. The symbols from the ice walls. He resisted, Volkov says, from behind me, her voice that same wrong depth. The transformation requires acceptance. 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister thought. This was merciful. I stare at what remains of the lieutenant, a man who trained for every threat, except the one that killed him. His rifle lies beside him, useless metal and polymer. He was your friend. I say, not looking at Volkov. Doesn't that mean anything to you anymore? Friend is a human concept. I am becoming more. The shadows continue to swirl around us, but they give 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister's body wide berth, as if even they recognize the finality of death, or the failure of his transformation. The remaining shadows flow around 𝐵𝐾𝐴llister's corpse and engulf Volkov and me. But unlike the lieutenant's violent end, this feels different, not crushing, but guiding. I feel my awareness being directed through the darkness toward a specific location within the station. When the shadows recede, We're standing in a chamber we haven't explored before. A perfect hemisphere carved from ice, its walls covered entirely in murals, painted in pigments that glow with the same unearthly phosphorescence as the etched symbols. My God. Volkov breathes, her scientific mind momentarily overwhelmed by wonder despite her transformation. The murals depict cosmic landscapes, stars, and nebulae, rendered with impossible precision, celestial bodies arranged in configurations unknown to current astronomy. Interspersed among these cosmic scenes are figures, some human, others decidedly alien, engaged in what appears to be communion with vast, tentacled entities that dwarf them in scale. The artistry transcends human capability, each brushstroke containing fractal complexity that draws the eye deeper and deeper into the image. The color shifts subtly as we watch, the scenes almost animated, telling a story through minute changes in position and relationship. This isn't paint, I observe, reaching toward the surface, but stopping short of touching it. It's alive somehow. The pigments pulse with internal rhythm, synchronizing with the beating of my own heart. The longer I stare, the more the boundaries between observer and observed blur, until I feel myself becoming part of the mural, my consciousness expanding beyond the confines of my body. There's a sequence here, Volkov says, moving around the chamber's perimeter. A narrative. She traces the progression of images, beginning with pristine cosmic emptiness, then the tentacled entities, followed by Earth's formation, the evolution of life, and finally the emergence of humanity. The story continues with selected humans establishing contact with the entities, transforming in the process into hybrid beings that bridge the gap between terrestrial and cosmic existence. In the final panel, a single figure stands apart, marked by a distinctive pattern that corresponds exactly to the scar on my left forearm, an old injury from my first Arctic expedition, when I fell through thin ice and was inexplicably pulled back to safety. "That's you," Volkov whispers, comparing the mural to my face. "How is that possible? These paintings are decades old, at minimum." "They knew I was coming," I say, the realization settling into my bones with the weight of inevitability. "They've been waiting for me." "Who's they?" I demand, though I already know the answer. Volkov turns to face me, her eyes now completely overtaken by that unearthly glow, her pupils elongated into vertical slits, identical to those we saw watching from within the ice wall. "The old ones," she answers, but her voice has changed again, deeper, resonant with harmonics that human vocal cords shouldn't be able to produce. "The watchers beyond the ice, the first intelligence." She gestures to the murals with fluid grace. "They have chosen you, 𝐥𝐤𝐤, as they chose me and the others before, to be the bridge, to be the vessel." Behind her, I can still see the dark stain where we left McAllister's frozen corpse, a reminder of what happens to those who resist. "You were part of this," I say, backing toward the chamber entrance. "You invited them in." "No one invites anything," Volkov says, shadows beginning to coalesce around her form. "We merely acknowledge what was already here, what has always been here, dormant beneath the ice. The old ones existed before this planet coalesced from cosmic dust. They watched the first single-celled organisms divide. They observed the evolution of consciousness with the detached interest of beings to whom 1 billion years passes in an eye blink. Volkov's form stabilizes, appearing more human, but somehow more horrifying for its approximation of normalcy. We didn't summon them, 𝐥𝐤𝐤. We simply became aware of their presence, as you are becoming aware now. And awareness changes everything. The shadows return, flowing around Volkov like attendants, occasionally merging with her outline, so that she appears to fluctuate between human form and something more fluid, more cosmic. They're coming, Volkov states with calm certainty. The veil is thinning. Your understanding has accelerated the process. I think of McAllister again, his last moments of terror, as the shadows pulled him apart. The choice they're offering isn't really a choice at all. Submit or die. Before I can respond, the entire station shudders violently. Ice cracks with reports like gunshots. Metal groans under pressure. The murals pulse with intensifying light, the figures within them moving more obviously now, shifting from painted representations toward three-dimensional entities preparing to step through into our reality. They're coming through, Volkov says, her voice filled with rapturous anticipation. And you, 𝐥𝐤𝐤, are the key that unlocks the final door. I stare at my likeness in the mural, at the distinctive scar that marks me as chosen, and feel the weight of cosmic purpose settle upon my shoulders. Part of me recoils from this unwanted destiny, from the violation of being selected without consent for a role I don't understand. But another part, a deeper, more primal consciousness that resonates with the rhythm pulsing through the station, recognizes the truth in Volkov's words. Something has been waiting for me. Something has guided my entire life toward this moment, this revelation. And unlike McAllister, I might have to accept it to survive. I slam the library door behind me, severing connection to Volkov's transformed presence. McAllister's frozen corpse lies somewhere in the station behind me, a reminder that understanding might be the only alternative to death. The library hasn't seen human presence in years, yet not a speck of dust mars the leather-bound volumes lining the walls. Something has preserved this space with unnatural precision. My hands tremble as I spread the fragments I've collected across the table. Photocopies of the murals, scraps of Dr. Conrad's journal, my own sketches of the symbols. The brass lamp I found casts wavering light, its flame unnaturally steady despite drafts that moan through the station's decaying infrastructure. I drag chalk across the stone floor, recreating the central glyph from the mural chamber. A spiral surrounded by non-radiating lines, each terminating in something resembling an eye. The chalk screeches against stone, and the silence that follows presses against my eardrums like deep water. My nose starts bleeding before I finish the first line. I wipe it away, continue drawing. The symbols must connect. They recognized me in the murals. They knew my face, my scar, my name without speaking it. By the third radiating line, my vision doubles. I see the library as it is and as it was. Researchers working at these same tables, their eyes gradually changing as they studied these same symbols. I blink hard, trying to clear my sight, focus, understand. It's the only way to avoid McAllister's fate. The fourth line. Pain lances through my skull, not a headache, but something invasive, like cold fingers pushing through bone. I drop the chalk, pressing palms against my temples. When I look down at what I've drawn, The spiral is moving, not actually rotating, but in peripheral vision, it tightens and expands, tightens and expands. 68 beats per minute, my heartbeat. I force myself to complete the symbol. Each line costs me something. A memory flickers and dissolves. What was my mother's maiden name? Time status forward. The lamp flame jumps 3 inches lower. Spatial awareness warps the library's corners. Exist in places corners shouldn't be possible. When I finish, I'm on my hands and knees. Mud drips from my nose onto the chalk spiral, and where it lands, the pattern glows. The light emanates not from the chalk, but from beneath the stone, as if my reproduction has opened a channel to something that dwells below the station. Within the spiral, I glimpse movement fast, entities swimming through dimensions. My mind recoils from perceiving. And they see me seeing them. The temperature drops 40 degrees in seconds. My breath crystallizes mid-exhale, hanging suspended in air that's become thick as gel. I try to stand, but my legs won't respond. The spiral on the floor isn't just glowing now, it's opening, peeling back layers of reality to reveal something underneath. Not just darkness, but texture. I can see the grain of space itself, the fabric that holds dimensions separate frame at the edges of my chalk symbol. A sound builds, not heard but felt, vibrating through bone and teeth. It forms almost words in a language that predates language, that exists in the frequency range where thought becomes matter. My hands move without my direction, reaching for more chalk. I can't stop. Some part of my nervous system has been hijacked, puppeteered by the understanding, forcing itself through the widening gap in my perception. I draw symbols I don't recognize, that I've never seen in any mural. My hand moves in patterns that hurt my wrist, angles wrong for human joints. The chalk should not be able to trace these curves, but it does, leaving marks that seem to exist slightly outside three-dimensional space. But childhood memory dissolves completely. I had a dog, a cat, something. My reflection in the dark window shows my pupils dilating and contracting independently of light. The white streak in my hair begins spreading, creeping down toward my scalp in real time. Show me, I whisper, though I'm no longer certain if I'm speaking or if the words are being pulled from my throat. Show me what you are. The floor symbols answer. Light erupts from every marking, casting my shadow in 9 different directions simultaneously. And in those shadows, I see figures. Not standing behind me, but emerging from the darkness itself, pulling themselves through from wherever shadows originate. The first one that coalesces fully wears Dr. Conrad's face, but wrong. His features flicker between human and something with too many angles, his eyes reflecting depths that go back farther than any skull should allow. He opens his mouth, and I see stars inside. Actual stars, light years deep. You've come further than we did, Conrad's form says, voice layered with frequencies that make my sinuses ache. We lacked your preparation. I tried to back away, but I'm frozen, held in place by my own understanding. The symbols I've drawn had become a circuit, and I've placed myself at its center. What are they? I managed to ask. What do they want? Conrad's projection shifts, briefly assuming impossible geometries before snapping back to approximate humanity. Want implies desire. They don't want, 𝐥𝐤𝐤. They simply are. And what they are is expanding. As I watch, tiny fractures appear in the stone around it, not breaking, but reality cracking, the way ice fractures when pressure shifts beneath its surface. The symbols aren't instructions, Conrad continues, his form beginning to elongate. They're coordinates, map points in dimensional space. Every time you reproduce one, you create an anchor point between their reality and yours. I look at the dozens of symbols I've drawn, understanding flooding through me with physical force. My legs buckle. I fall against the table, scattering my notes. I didn't know, I gasp. You knew! Conrad's voice comes from everywhere now, his form dispersing into shadow. You've always known. Why else did you survive, 𝐿smere? Why else did you dream of this place? You're being calibrated, 𝐥𝐤𝐤. Broken along specific fault lines. Made ready. His face stretches across the ceiling now, features distending until they're no longer recognizable as human. His eyes, all 9 of them, now blink in sequence. The entity comes, Conrad whispers, as his form finally dissolves. The bridge must be completed, and bridges, 𝐥𝐤𝐤, are built from both ends. The shadows he leaves behind don't disperse. They gather, condensing into a column of darkness at the library's center. Within it, something massive stirs. I scramble for the door, but my chalk symbols flare brighter. The circuit I've created activates fully. Energy flows through the markings in patterns that correspond exactly to my neural firing, as if the symbols are reading my brain activity and reflecting it back amplified. My vision fragments. I see the library as it is now. The library during Conrad's time, researchers screaming as they transform. The library 1,000 years from now, ice-locked and empty. The library existing outside time entirely, a fixed point where all moments overlap, all happening simultaneously, all equally real. The shadow column solidifies. It has a shape now, though calling it a shape feels inadequate. It's more like a distortion in the concept of shape itself, angles that don't exist in 3 dimensions, surfaces that curve through spaces my eyes can't follow. The entity. It pulses with the same blue-violet luminescence as the murals, as Volkov's transformed eyes, as the symbols I've drawn. And it's looking at me with an attention so focused, it feels like physical pressure against my chest. You cannot comprehend what you are. It communicates, words forming directly in my mind without sound. Your form constrains perception. I press against the door, hand fumbling for the handle. It won't open. The wood has merged with the frame, molecular bonds rearranging themselves to keep me trapped. I understand enough, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Behind me through the window, the Arctic landscape convulses. The ice fields pulse with the same patterns I've drawn on the floor. The entity surges forward, not moving through space, but existing in more of it, suddenly. Its presence engulfs me, not physically, but perceptually. I'm aware of it on every level simultaneously. The molecules of my body registering its cold, my neurons firing in patterns they've never used, my consciousness expanding to accommodate concepts that feel like they're tearing holes in my sanity. And I see 𝐥𝐤𝐤𝐿, but from outside. I watch myself in the blizzard, watch the crevasse that swallowed my teen. But it wasn't a crevasse, it was an opening, a doorway, a test. I see the thing that pulled me back from the ice, see its impossible geometry reaching through frozen water. I see myself marked, changed, prepared. My entire life played backward, and at every crucial moment, every close call, every inexplicable survival, I see it watching, shaping, guiding me toward this moment. No, I whisper, but the revelation continues. I see others too, hundreds of them across centuries, all marked by the same invisible hand. All led to various locations where the veil is thin. Most failed, died, or went mad before they could complete the bridge. But each failure refined the process, taught the entity more about human consciousness, how far it could be pushed before breaking. I'm not chosen because I'm special. I'm chosen because I'm the result of millennia of trial and error, a consciousness sculpted across generations to withstand what I'm experiencing now. The entity retreats slightly, and I collapse, gasping. My nose is bleeding freely now, my hands shaking, time moving in stutters and loops around me. Refusal is not an option, the entity states. This configuration was always destined for integration. I look at my hands. The skin shimmers with faint phosphorescence. The symbols I've drawn aren't just on the floor anymore. They're appearing on my flesh, etching themselves into my palms, my wrists, crawling up my forearms. Then why the pretense? I force the words out. Why the station, the murals, the symbols? If this was inevitable, why make me understand? The entity pauses. For the first time, I sense something like uncertainty in its vast presence. Bridges require tension between 2 points. Requires choice. That word choice hangs in the air between us, and I realize the entity is bound by rules even it cannot break. It can prepare, shape, guide. But the final step requires willing acceptance. 𝐾𝐨𝐵 died because he fought, but I don't have to fight. I can choose. The question is, do I choose death or transformation? Outside the window, the Arctic rides. Reality itself seems to wait for my answer. I open my mouth to answer, and I wake on the library floor, unsure how much time has passed. Minutes, hours. The twilight outside looks unchanged, but my watch shows 3 different times, simultaneously. Blood has dried on my face, crusty and brown. The symbols I drew cover not just the floor, but have spread onto the walls, the ceiling, my skin. When I try to wipe them away, they remain, not chalk anymore, but something burned into the surface of things. My left hand won't stop shaking. My right hand moves normally, but occasionally it twitches, fingers forming symbols without my direction. The entity is gone, but his presence lingers, like ozone after lightning. And I know, not intellectually, but in my cells, that it will return. The question it left me with pulses in my skull with every heartbeat, death or transformation. I stumble to my feet, the floor tilts, but I can't tell if it's actually tilting or if my inner ear has been rewired. Both feel equally true. 𝐾𝐨𝐵 chose death by resisting. The entity tore him apart, used him, discarded him. His frozen corpse still lies somewhere in the station. A warning. 𝐦𝐤𝐤𝐞 chose submission, and what's left of her isn't Volkov anymore. I need a third option. There has to be a third option. My vision doubles again. I see the library overlaid with the laboratory where Conrad's team worked. In that phantom space, researchers operate equipment I don't recognize. One of them looks up, sees me across time, and mouths, "Containment." The vision snaps away, leaving me gasping. Containment, not submission, not resistance. Control. I lurch toward the door. It opens now. The entity's attention has shifted elsewhere. My legs barely hold me. The symbols on my skin pulse with each step, burning cold against my flesh. The station's corridors have changed. Walls breathe, floors ripple. Reality has worn thin here. The entity's presence distorting the boundaries between dimensions. I see movement in my peripheral vision constantly. Shadows that aren't shadows. Angles that exist in spaces between spaces. I follow Conrad's phantom researchers through corridors that exist half in memory, half in present. They lead me down, always down, through levels that shouldn't exist beneath the station. The descent cost me. Each sublevel strips something away. First my fear, gone suddenly, leaving only cold purpose. Then my memories of warmth. I can't remember summer, can't remember sun on skin. Then something deeper I don't have words for. By the time I reach the lowest level, I'm not entirely sure who I am anymore. Jose? Yes. But Jose is becoming translucent, threaded through with something else. The sublevel opens into a vast chamber I recognize from Conrad's journal sketches. Ancient machinery hums to life as I enter, awakened by my transformed presence. Banks of equipment, centuries ahead of anything that should exist in a research station. Screens flicker with the same symbols that now mark my skin. I don't understand the technology, but my hands move across the controls as if they've done this before. As if the entities probing in the library taught my nervous system things my brain never learned. My fingers dance across keyboards, throwing switches, adjusting frequencies. Part of me screams to stop. I don't know what I'm doing. But another part, the part that's been rewritten by cosmic contact, works with absolute certainty. The containment array. It activates with a sound like reality tearing. A field of energy spreads through the chamber, then throughout the station, creating a lattice of opposing forces. Where the field touches the symbols on my skin, they flare with pain, so intense I collapse. On the screens, I see the entity recoiling. Its vast presence, spread throughout the station, suddenly compressed, bound by the field I've activated. It arrives in the sublevel seconds later, not emerging, not manifesting, just suddenly present, filling the chamber with its impossible geometry. The containment field crackles around it, holding, but barely. Energy arcs between the machinery and the entity's form, creating patterns that sear after images into my vision. This prison cannot hold what exists beyond dimensional constraints. The entity communicates, and the force of its presence nearly stops my heart. I'm on my knees, hands pressed against the floor to keep from collapsing entirely. Blood runs from my nose again, my ears. The symbols on my skin writhe. Not prison, I gasp. Channel. The entity surges against the containment field. Reality buckles. The chamber's walls crack, machinery screaming under stress. I feel my consciousness fragmenting under the pressure, pieces of 𝐥𝐤𝐤 breaking off and scattering. But through the fragmentation, I see it. The field isn't designed to exclude. It's designed to regulate, to create a controlled pathway between dimensions, rather than the unfiltered flood the entity wants. And the pathway needs a center point, a focus, a living buffer between worlds. Me. Would you bind yourself willingly? The entity's attention focuses on me with crushing weight. Become vessel and boundary simultaneously? I try to answer, but my throat won't work. The entity's presence has paralyzed my voluntary nervous system. I can only think the response. Bridge. Not vessel, not prison. Bridge. The entity goes still, as still as something that exists across multiple dimensions can be. For a long moment, nothing happens. Then, configuration. Not previously considered. Balance rather than domination. I drag myself toward the central console. Each movement is agony, the symbols on my skin fighting the containment field, my body caught between human limitation and cosmic expansion. My hand slams down on the final sequence. Reality inverts. The containment field doesn't exclude the entity. It draws it through me. I become the filter, the lens, the living boundary. The entity's essence flows into me, through me, but translated, diluted, rendered into forms that can coexist with human consciousness. The transformation feels like dying, like being born, like every cell in my body rewritten at the molecular level. I see 𝐾𝐨𝐲's death from the entity's perspective, curiosity, not malice. He was interesting briefly, then broken, then discarded. 𝐥𝐤𝐤𝐤, from outside time, I've been walking toward this moment my entire life. Every choice guided by forces I never saw. The murals painted centuries ago by other failed bridges, their screaming faces encoded in brush strokes. The universe, from the entity's timeless vantage, vast, cold, utterly indifferent to individual existence. And I understand, finally, the true horror. The entity isn't evil. It's not even conscious in the way we understand consciousness. It simply is, the way gravity is, the way entropy is, and I am becoming part of that fundamental existence. My body contorts, bones realign in patterns that allow for perceptions human skeletons can't support. My nervous system rewrites itself, creating connections between neurons that shouldn't be possible. My eyes, I can see in dimensions now. 4, 5, 6. Reality has depth I never imagined, and I perceive it all simultaneously. The agony breaks something fundamental in me. I hear myself screaming, but the sound comes from a throat that's already changing. Vocal cords vibrating at frequencies that shatter the nearest screams. But I don't break completely. The containment field holds, and somehow, impossibly, I remain tethered. Human enough to function as the interface, transformed enough to channel the cosmic force. The entity's violent surges recede. Its presence disperses throughout the station, no longer an invasive flood, but a regulated current, controlled by my transformed consciousness. When I finally rise, hours later, days, time has lost meaning. The station has stabilized. The dimensional tiers have sealed. The symbols on the walls have stopped their wild pulsing, settling into a gentle luminescence. I look at my hands. They're mine, but not. The skin glows faintly with the entity's blue-violet light. When I move, I leave after images, not optical illusions, but actual echoes of my position across multiple moments, all existing simultaneously. I try to speak. My voice emerges layered with harmonics. Is this victory? The entity's response comes from everywhere, filtered through me. Synthesis. I move to the station one final time. In the mural chamber, 𝐥𝐤𝐤𝐞 sits cross-legged on the floor, eyes black and empty, mouth moving in silent formulas. She doesn't see me anymore, or she sees what I've become and recognizes I'm beyond her now. McAllister's body lies in the laboratory where he fell, frost spreading from his corpse in geometric perfection. I kneel beside him briefly. My transformed perception shows me his final moments in excruciating detail. The terror, the pain, the dissolution of self. You resisted, I whisper. I couldn't. I'm not sure if I'm apologizing for surviving or for what I'm about to enable. The entity stirs within me, observing through my eyes. And suddenly I understand why it needed the bridge. Why it spent millennia preparing me. It couldn't cross before. The dimensional barrier was too thick, human consciousness too alien. Every attempt to force through resulted in destruction. Stations like Concordia, left empty and wrong. Failed crossings, failed vessels. But now, filtered through me, translated by my transformed nervous system, I feel it gathering itself. Behind me, Concordia Station's lights flare, all of them simultaneously. Emergency lights, dead lights, lights that haven't functioned in years. Blue, violet luminescence floods every corridor, every room, everywhere, every cough, every tent, every suite. The entity has learned what it needed. Through me, it understands physicality now, understands how to inhabit matter without shattering it, how to compress its vast awareness into forms that can exist in 3 dimensions, how to cross. I try to resist, to close the bridge I've become, but my body doesn't respond. My nervous system has been rewritten, hijacked, turned into the entity's doorway. I can only watch from inside my own skull as something vast and patient uses me to step through. Not the crushing flood of our first contact, but a controlled stream, precisely calibrated to fit through the aperture of my transformed consciousness. The sensation is beyond agony. Every cell in my body becomes a temporary host for forces that dwarf galaxies. My atoms scream as they're forced apart to make room for something that exists in more dimensions than matter was designed to occupy. But I don't break. That's what I was prepared for. What all those years of Ellesmere trauma and Arctic isolation and cosmic shaping accomplished, a consciousness that could survive being used as a doorway. The entity completes its crossing. It stands beside me now, not behind, not within, but alongside. A presence distinct from my own, existing in the physical space of the station. No longer trapped beyond the veil, no longer limited to reaching through cracks and shadows. Here, real, incarnate. It turns what might be ahead toward me. In that gesture, I see what I've done. The entity doesn't need to speak. I feel its satisfaction, its cold triumph. Through me, it has learned the formula, the precise sequence of trauma and preparation required to create a bridge. The exact fault lines along which human consciousness must fracture to survive the crossing. And there are others already being prepared. I see them in my transformed perception, people scattered across the Arctic, across Antarctica, across every place where the veil runs thin. Some already broken, some being shaped, all guided toward their own Concordia stations, their own transformations. I am not the destination, I am the prototype. The entity moves toward the station's exit, reality rippling around its form. It pauses at the threshold, and for a moment, I feel something that might be gratitude, or acknowledgement, or the distant recognition one feels for a tool that has served its purpose. Then it steps out into the Arctic twilight, and the world shifts to accommodate its presence. I collapse, the bridge collapsing with me. My body hits the floor, no longer needed. The entity has crossed. It doesn't require me anymore. But I'm still alive, still transformed, still aware. Through the station's windows, I watch it walk across the ice. Where it steps, the snow takes on new geometries. The air itself bends, and in the distance, I see others stirring. Things that have waited beneath the ice for millennia, awakened by the entity's presence. The veil isn't thin anymore, and I'm the one who opened it.